trying to edit out that there were 20
So
other people in the room.
the worried about Clubhouse. Oh, yeah. What do worried about
I need to
Clubhouse?
think about if there's
Typo,
another
but I
person
was
on
typing.
there
I was
that's getting
busy, so
really
I
worked
wasn't
up
worried about Clubhouse.
because
Experts,
he thinks
friends
he's
are
real,
free
just
speech.
like some
So Benjamin, what would your choice be?
really work his victims up.
I think there's more free
There's one
speech
more thing,
than there
but
are.
you don't know exactly what was going to
Like I
happen.
said,
I'm sure
you
the
have to
victims were told immediately after that this is not a real person and they have to sign. Some people left, and many people that heard it left with this again impression, and this is not Amir's room. It's not, and not just Amir's room. This entire PR defaming and spreading Jew hatred, and you are part of it.
I mean, yeah, so I need to think about, you bring up a good point at the end there. I mean, your first few points were not good at all, but this is, you bring up.
No, they're all amazing points. You are just trying to save face. You don't need to do it.
Unfortunately, you have.
So hold on, Sheep, are you a Zionist?
If you use the definition of Zionism where it's, you believe that the state of Israel should exist, then yes, I'm a Zionist.
You mean when you use the actual definition and not
No, do
the
you
flavor?
feel that because when you're in Amir's room, do you feel there's pressure where you can't really express how you truly feel? Because I've been in that room with you,
Yeah.
and I've heard you say good things, and then I've heard you say vile things towards Israel.
What? Okay, hold on a second. I'd like to know what.
And I can't remember all of them.
Oh, that's
but
fine.
Did they threaten to blow you up, Fadi? If that's
Amir-
what we understand.
Amir,
Did they threaten to blow you up? By the way,
Amir-
everybody, would you please, we have a poll in the room, and I see a lot of people haven't voted. Please, this is a democracy, please express yourself through the legal, peaceful, voting process, the democratic process.
Yes, I've been into Amir's room where they voted to quote unquote kill Norm. I mean, multiple times. I'm surprised it's still alive, Norm. I'm surprised.
Did they kill me?
Well, they voted to kill you.
I've got a question. Can I ask a question really quick? My question I've got a question for Sheikh.
yes, sir.
Maybe this question has already been asked and answered, but my question is, do you think it would be offensive if this same behavior was about some other group, like the Muslim or there was like a black
No.
person?
Whoa.
No, so let me explain why. The movie The Dictator, I thought was hilariously funny. I thought it was hilarious. And that's like playing a Arab dictator.
Well, but again, now we're going back to the movie thing. So I'd like to make an accurate comparison. So
It is
one of them, it's not, in my opinion, and I think you're not really acknowledging my opinion, which is the same as Daniel's opinion in this particular case. So my opinion is basically that a movie is not a fair comparison to a clubhouse room for several clear reasons. First of all, the people in the movie, as Daniel said, were made aware of their being used in the movie. Some of the people in Amir's rooms were not aware that it was satire. And also in the movie, the audience definitely knows that it's satire, and some of the audience members in Amir's room did not know that it was satire. So rather than any intention, like Daniel said, the movie is to make you laugh, and the intentionality of the impersonation in Amir's room is to mislead people and make people think that Jews are actually that hateful and racist. So the fair comparison for me would be if there was somebody on Clubhouse pretending to be a black person and saying like, hey, all I do is eat a chicken and watermelon. Hey, Master, how tall? Or if there was I know, but I can't do an Arab voice or something like, I'm an Arab and all I do is have sex with goats and have sex with little girls. Obviously, it's offensive to say that all Arabs are terrible
and you can.
Thank you for voting those who voted. We have 15 votes so far, and the people believe that it's okay to have a Palestinian state in Greenland, about half of them, a little more, but most people feel that no, terrorists are bad, they don't want a Palestinian state. So if you have strong feelings about this, then express it through the democratic process and vote. You can vote here, it doesn't cost you anything. Thank you very much. This is me, Norm, getting out the vote.
You know, Norm, like,
It doesn't cost you anything. The Jews and Palestinians are paying it.
I don't mind a Palestinian state. There's zero threat to Israel, even on its borders.
Oh, good for you. That's a great point.
So no Palestinian state, basically.
it's kind of like a hybrid.
We've been going in circles, guys. Lou wanted to come up. He's up on stage. Welcome to the stage. What's up?
Okay, this
Yeah, so I just wanted to, support my friend Trashbag. He wrote a wonderful book. You should go buy it. I bought it. It's tremendous. It's absolutely wonderful.
Wow, are you being sarcastic? Thank you, Lou. Lou is such a nice guy. Are you being sarcastic, or did you actually read it and enjoy?
I read some of it, not a whole lot of it.
Okay, great.
How many
But
stars?
I still
How
want to
many?
support
How
it.
many stars did you give it?
So far, 5.
Let's go back to the conversation, guys.
Yes, but please vote. Thank you those who voted. Thank you, everybody.
Can I ask David why he laughed when my friend said some of those very disturbing things about Arabs?
What do you say?
He laughed when I said the thing about the. He laughed when I did the black voice, not the Arab.
No, he laughed at the Arab thing and he quickly muted himself.
I think I heard him laughing at watermelon.
Blacks or Arabs?
No, it's something about doing something to camels.
What is your point?
Why'd you laugh at that? You just, and the second person just laughed.
No, I laughed at it.
Well, he laughed at me laughing, but it's like, what is the point?
I was doing out the poll of who thought that my friend was actually an Arab, okay? And let's see if anyone on earth thinks that my friend was actually an Arab.
This is something 20 minutes on the
I understand that you're used to like really like dumb idiots in a museum. Don't insult me with those like comebacks. Either you look at yourself and take accountability and responsibility, or you're gonna dance around. Hold on. But this is not a strip club, so please don't dance.
You're about to get checkmated. I'm offering you the ability to resign.
I resigned preemptively. I do not want to be checked.
One second, please.
Okay, now what is it? Record.
Can I reply first? The fact that you think that you're in a position to checkmate means that you have zero. Let me please finish one sentence. You're not in a place of introspection and taking accountability. You're in a position of defending and attacking, and that is your problem. So this is why I'm not engaging. Listen, it's as clear as sun for everybody. Either you acknowledge your participation in spreading Jew hatred and stop it and prevent it in the future, or you try to attack me, checkmate me, or gaslight me, and then we will have the same situation, and you will leave it with yourself. I said what I said. I don't need you to justify. I don't need you to attack me. I don't give a fuck about your checkmates, okay? It's about you and your active participation and silence in spreading violent and dangerous Jew hatred. And I say violent because it turns into dead Jews. So shape. Either take responsibility and accountability, or please shut up, at least with me. Others can enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, it might sound funny to you, like on Clubhouse, but as you have seen, what's been happening on the streets, like people take it seriously, bro. Like people, like
Hey, David, go.
maybe they've been taking it from Clubhouse, and maybe they're taking it from X or.
David, you just laughed when someone said that Arabs do something to camels.
Don't try to do
So what's the point? What's your point, Jay? Stop looking at others. Look at yourself. Introspection is about you, Shay.
Daniel, can I talk to you?
Stop. Just stop. Yes.
Daniel,
He's trolling. Wait a second, buddy. He's trolling you full on. He's not going to change. He's just sort of even toying with you now. Even the name shapeshifter is a
I'm not
mockery.
playing along. This is why I told him. I'm not even checking him. He's playing a game with himself. He's the only player.
entire room. That's
Morty is trolling, and Vardy is playing along with it. That's the room that trolls Jules. There's nothing we can do about it.
No, hold on. Morty has never, ever said things like, Jewish people should go talk. Like, doesn't play the role of
chances.
he
How many
plays the
chances
role.
can you be given? Be a man. Be a man. Be a fucking man. Hold on, everybody. Hold the fuck on, everybody. Please, everybody mute up, including Shake. Shake, take 10 seconds with yourself before you reply. For fuck's sake, I'm trying to be as gracious and respectful of you, your intelligence, and your capabilities as a human person. Stop. Take 10 seconds. If I will tell you this, if you think that it will humiliate you, embarrass you, I guarantee you that it will do the exact opposite. If you will be a man. Take 10 seconds. Forget about your ego right now. I'm really not attacking you. And unlike you, I'm not going to checkmate you. Okay? That is not my perception. I'm trying to, I don't know if it's to help you because I'm not in this position. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to be a better. So please take 10 seconds and everybody please stay muted for 10 seconds. I want to give you a second to think how you want to address it. Because I don't want to get I feel that when you're trying to bullshit me, you're disrespecting me. Well, I'm respecting you, so this is why I'm kind of getting upset. I feel that you are insulting me.
But he's not going to change, Daniel.
I asked everybody, please give him 10 seconds of I'm just asking for fucking 10 seconds, guys.
See, he's even putting it as a fucking gift, bro. Norm is 1000% where we spend a lot of time with this guy. He's trolling you.
Yeah, he's trolling you. But you can accept that.
Did I answer the question now?
He's in a difficult situation.
you had a hard time to answer the question. Now you're
My ask for you guys was very simple. I'm asking for fucking 10 seconds of silence and then shake. And since six people, I asked it for 5 times. So I'm not going to get a second to engage. Shake wants to wait a second.
Go ahead.
Okay, we've had our moment of Zen. Daniel, take over now.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, don't get aggravated.
Well, it's not.
I'm ready to answer. What Daniel has done has caused me to pause. It has, honestly. Now, I don't think he's being as gracious today as he thinks he's being, but that's besides the point. Sometimes you've got to rattle people. But what Daniel has done, it has caused me to pause and think about it more so than I would have thought about it if I had not
method called hot sand cooking. They heat cool sand in a big pan until it gets super hot, then put in the food they want to cook. And even though it sounds strange, the sand doesn't stick to the food.
Well, as a like, you can imagine
Earth-friendly method called hot sand cooking. They heat green sand in a big pan until it gets super hot.
We're both participating. I need to be more careful.
Now is a good time for it.
You sang for the day, but you woke up too late when the covers got over your head.
The cousins should live in their village.
the way the Muslims do it. How does it work? With the how old are they?
Hey, have you guys seen the video, the starving hostage in the tunnel? A Vol?
Yeah, for the record, like when I saw the New York Times had they actually said about this starving.
I got his name wrong, I'm sorry.
Was that the one that?
The last time we saw a picture like this was in the Holocaust.
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Ken. Mamash Ken.
And just so you know, the only starving animals that we saw from Gaza is the Israeli Jewish hostages. I didn't see anyone
Can you see the fat Hamas guys in the tunnel?
Really quick, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, showing someone fat doesn't mean that they're not salvation. I'm just looking for one image of a starving animal. Yeah, I saw them with all the fruits underground.
PTR for the fat starving man.
Hold on, Daniel, do you think there's no starvation at all happening in Gaza?
I think that there is no, what we call starvation in English would either mean a noun or a verb, okay? So there are people that don't have access to food. There's no ability or active starvation. And there is no starvation. Hold on, maybe. And I don't know. And hold on, and I know for a fact now from some of the images that there is starvation in Gaza, man-made by Hamas, deliberate starvation of the hostages, torturing them. Not only are they starving, they've been underground for over 600 days. They didn't see the breathe air alone. They said in the tunnel where you also need to pee and poop. You imagine the air in the tunnel where you also need to pee and poop for 600 days. And you see the image of photography? This is what the Palestinians are doing to us. And if anyone thinks that this is not the most justified war, then tell me how can you live with
I
this?
think one of the most frustrating.
Why never anyone in this room and call for the release of the hostages? Zero empathy, zero humanity, zero. And finally, when we raise it, there's a hostages. It's insane.
I don't know why you went to training them.
Yeah, it's like, I agree with Daniel. It's like, it's very simple. It's like really sausages, you know. When I saw that picture in your post about, it's sad, bro. He's a very, well, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, so I can't remember why. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I cut you off.
The picture they had on the front page of all the media was a kid who's I think he had mild bifida. He was in Italy.
Right, that was the point I was going to make, Norm. It was like, the New York Times ran a story about the starving in Gaza, and they ran a picture of a kid, right? But it came out later, and the New York Times had to do a correction saying, we apologize, the kid actually had a medical issue, that's why he looked the way he did.
The kid is not a
That picture went around the entire world. The report from the New York Times actually had a correction.
And it's bigger than this because not only did they some kind of starvation against Israel, and as a normal son, he's now in Italy. He got to Italy because Israel took him and his mother and his brother to Israel, to the Ramon airport, and to Italy to get special treatment during the war. The Kogat unit is the one actually facilitating this. And then we are presented as the evil. So not only he didn't just pop up in Italy in the middle of the war, people need to ask how did he get there? And he got there because the IDF got him and his family to an Israeli airport to get treatment in Italy.
With his mother who looks fully fed.
Everything they say is a complete inversion. They say that the Palestinians are being starved to distract from the fact that the hostages in the tunnels are literally purposefully being starved. They say that Zionism is a death cult, or Judaism is a death cult, to distract from the fact that the Palestinian cause is literally founded on achieving the goal of death. Death to themselves, they get reward. Death to the enemies, they get reward. It's a complete inversion of everything that they say they are doing. They talk about ethnic cleansing, but 20% of Israeli citizens are literally descended. 20% of Israeli civilians are ethnically Palestinian. Percent of Israeli citizens are descended from the Arabs who chose to align themselves with Israel, and when given the opportunity, they chose to become Israeli citizens. Then, generations later, their children are still living in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Haifa and everywhere all over. So everything that they say, it's all projection, it's all an inversion, and it's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, so
It's not just destruction. It's not just destruction. Destruction. What they're doing, Hamas is not fighting Israel on the ground. But the military crisis is a tactic. It's not only to defend, like to hide the fact that they're starving the hostages. They don't need to starve the hostages. They create this humanitarian starvation fake campaign because the only way that Israel will stop is the international community pressure and sanction Israel. And those idiots are actually doing what Hamas is making them. Hamas is creating a humanitarian crisis made by Hamas. Because we already understand that everything that happened is blamed on Israel. And then, yes, Israel is getting the hammer.
Daniel, I have a question.
that's a good point, Daniel. Because like you think about it, like
Can I chime in?
like one picture of one kid from the New York Times made Macron to say like we need to recognize the Palestinian state. What happens next is the UK is like maybe we need to also recognize the Palestinian state. Like where's this up now? Canada wants to say like we need to recognize the Palestinian state based on one picture that the New York Times came out afterwards saying this is disingenuous. There was not the right picture. There's not a shot.
And this is like all about what's happening in a museum. It's not about facts, about it's layered. It's every day you tell a story, a lie, fabrication, a blood libel. And then, well, yes, a day later, they will never say, I was wrong. Yes, the amount of people that get exposed to the correction is a fraction of those that are exposed. No one is sharing like, oh, it was wrong. Everybody's sharing the image of a child out of context.
Daniel, would you agree? This is a genuine question. Would you agree there are instances where both sides have participated in this kind of intentional twisting of the narrative? No. So, you know, if you an example, okay, so you think the 40 beheaded, I won't guess it. Do you think the 40 beheaded baby story was real?
Can I also ask the Norm quickly? Yes or no? It's fine.
Well, I'd love to hear Daniel's in.
I want to hear Daniel's answer.
So,
In the background, you don't want to answer.
yeah, no one, yes, you know the disease of the child, if you know what it is, if you know actually what kind of child. So, the 40 beheaded babies is it's a lie that your people are spreading for 18 months. actually have names, dates. I can give you a website that will give you on each person what doing on this day, his face, is everything about him. They are all real people, okay? And again, this lie of 40 beheaded babies, as you said in the quote, was never said. The reason that you guys keep on saying 40 beheaded babies because you repeat a lie, and the entire idea, same as Morty, is to delegitimize and vilify us.
Yeah,
So who participated in it?
Well,
and
so
That you sit talking about the 40 beheaded babies and ask me for answers instead of yourself, again shows your lack of introspection and responsibility. This is not us spreading it. I don't
Yeah,
hear any of our people say you did 40 billion babies for us. Only you guys are talking about.
okay, wait,
And-
wait,
and-
stop. Okay, wait, I'd like to respond.
Because you want to delegitimize
Okay.
us.
Daniel, I would like to, Daniel, charitably, from coming from a good place, shine a mirror, because we all have blind spots. Just like I had a blind spot that you pointed out earlier. I'd like to show you your blind spot. Are you open to that?
I'm open for you trying.
I don't have one spot.
Okay. I mean, you called me out on trying to win.
he's over.
Yeah, sure.
I would like to give you. Okay, can we do the 10-second thing?
Sure, go ahead, but say what you want before. I don't have anything to respond yet.
Okay, so you called me out personally on my lack of introspection. And what I was trying to do was get you to acknowledge if there was any twisting of the narrative on the Israeli side. And you said no. I want you to think for 10 seconds on whether that's you being introspective.
What these barbarians did is much worse than anything we have said. Fixating on the babies, we know that the people who are sympathetic to the Palestinians are so ashamed of themselves and so appalled at their barbaric behavior of Hamas. I saw a picture a couple days ago, trigger warning, clog up your ears if you don't want to hear this, of a man sitting back in a car and they had cut out his heart. I saw it in living color. His heart was cut out of his body. This is just one example of the families that they slaughtered in front of each other, of the children that they murdered in front of their parents, then they murdered the wife, then they murdered unspeakable barbarity. We had not even expressed the depth of horrors that these barbarians visited upon us, but they photographed it all. And they called home and bragged about it. Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, I killed 10 Jews with my own hands. We recorded them saying this. It defies description. So, no, not only did we not exaggerate and manipulate the narrative, it was so filthy and unspeakable that we barely talk about it. It's like those people who've been through the Holocaust or World War II or any war. They just don't speak about it. It's not something you can even say in polite company.
It's true, Norm. Right now, I'm looking through my photographs because I could have sworn that on like October 9th, I saw on Telegram a bunch of disgusting photos, including photos of people in the streets of Israel. And I'm looking through my photos to find them, and I can't find them. I must have, Norm, knowing myself, I must have deleted these photos because they were too disturbing. That's the only reason, because I can't keep that shit. So.
No, it was never made public.
That's the only. No, I saw it. I had them saved.
It got leaked.
But
It was never made. It was only for.
I don't save nude photos either when people send me nude photos. By the way,
On October 7th, on October 7th, I cannot imagine what you guys went through watching this.
And 8 and 9 and 10.
But what I can say is I was to my core disgusted, angry, and
So when there was a suicide bomb before October 7th, killing people, like, why did you feel that?
in complete disgust and shock that this is what's happening in modern times. So, I just want to make it clear.
Why did it take you October 7th for you to realize that?
Hey, David. saw the
Do you
video.
think it was a manipulation, a planned manipulation, or a stupid mistake?
Let's do a quick recap on what I believe to be the facts. Number one, it was the spokesperson for the IDF.
Right.
Right. Number two, it was, obviously during the heat of the most tense moments in October 7th. Right.
In Gaza. No, it was after. It was in a tunnel in Gaza.
Yeah.
I think under the
I think it was in the hospital, right?
It was in the hospital.
Yeah.
It was in the hospital. It was in the hospital during some of the most tense.
I think it's Shifa. Okay.
Okay, so he was a spokesperson. It was in the hospital. There were news cameras.
Not news cameras, IDF spokesman camera.
IDF spokesman camera, and it was broadcast on the news.
Right.
And he took the paper and waved it at the camera. And he said,
No, he pointed at the. No, I think it.
It was static on the wall.
No, it was on the wall. It was. I remember him walking in the room, and it was on the wall.
the taking the paper and waving it is important, so I'll go check that. So he took the paper and waved it at the camera, and he said these were operational plans. These are operational plans.
No. He said that those are the schedule of the guards. This is what he said.
Okay, so let me double check.
He said that those are the names of the guards, and this is basically the schedule. Okay.
Okay.
And it was basically a calendar with names of days.
Okay, we'll do the research a little bit later, but let's suppose. Let's
you know this story. Okay, it's good to me. So we can do another example that I thought you know the facts.
I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto and.
I forgot some of the facts, but let's use the facts that you present. No, let's use the one that you present. No, I would like to use the hospital. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say that.
Let's now assume. Let's for now.
I just wanted to think of I asked him if you think that this person is going to
What would Israel have to be by?
Okay, so now let's examine the intent of someone who's trying to manipulate versus someone who's trying to manipulate.
He was saying that hospital is a command center for Hamas. This happens to be true. And they went back and they said, let's get out of there.
Check, you have to you want to say that thing? Can you have a conclusion or you don't want to issue with that?
This is what I said.
I understand. Before that, I asked the question, and I would like to know. You don't know yet if it's deliberate mistake, deliberate you what you're doing right now is that you're thinking it with us.
Yes. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be completely honest with you here. I had prior concluded it was manipulation, but I want to re-examine it together from a genuine perspective. Okay, so maybe I'll do like 30 seconds. You do 3. So I want to steelman the Israeli side. I would like to spend my time steelmanning the Israeli side. It's up to you whether you want to steelman the other side. So I suppose it would be a mistake. It would look a little bit like this. He knew that it was a command center. He had irrefutable evidence that it was a command center. And someone told him that the paper was the evidence. And even though he couldn't read Arabic, he took the paper and he waved it. And he got caught up in the heat of the moment. And he just waved or pointed at the wall. And so it would have happened something like that. It was a terror command center anyway.
So I am the thing you're saying, and by the way, the point was true, okay? Right.
So I'm trying to steelman these. I can easily make the argument that he's manipulating, but I want to try to say in front of the cameras that the paper said something that it didn't.
No,
That's hey David. Hey David, just settle down.
But finish your thought, buddy. There's a lot of fluff in this.
I appreciate the narration of proud of being on this perspective. So the idea, hey David, bottle of vodka, grab one, just chill. Or do the 10-second thing.
You're pumped for me, buddy. I think you realize you've been exposed.
No, he's interrupting him. No. Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the IDF spokesperson, who is a trained spokesperson, by the way, spokespeople are trained on how to.
This Thursday, July 24th, is most a celebration with the Get It on the Floor.
He was like in the Navy.
He's bluffing all these things. Like, just give us a real answer.
Okay, so the guy knew that he didn't read the paper, and decided to tell people something about the paper that he knew was not on the paper. He just made it up. That's manipulation.
Right, but you don't know that he did that. You just made that story up in your head.
No.
Why you read the wrong paper? Yeah. You don't know why he did what
Read
he did.
the wrong paper.
Yeah. There's a million different times.
Okay, all right, I gotta go find the video.
Yeah, very good. There's a million different times. And you made up a story that made you look bad. He's manipulating.
If I find the video, would you guys want to watch it together?
The New York Times.
I just want to say, whenever you say something that you don't necessarily check or know for a fact, and you made a mistake, I would say that you are manipulating me because you made a mistake and you didn't check it thoroughly. No. But basically, just like imagine a scene, okay? He's not a militant, okay? He went there into, like, they allowed him to go into the chief hospital, and he walked in, and you don't have, like, evidence, like you were a detective going into a crime scene or whatever, and you say, okay, I need to see a bed, okay, so they slept here. You don't know for a fact that they slept here, but you see a bed, you kind of try to figure things out, and you assume things, okay? The fixation on the mistake was basically to legitimize the entire thing. Basically, there's no, basically, let's focus now on this mistake. Not manipulation. Manipulation, I tell you why it's important to use a specific word. It's with intent, okay? Meaning, I know that it's not true. I want them to think like this, so I would say something that I knowingly know that is manipulative, that is deliberately showing something that it's not. And that is something that I think that you are attributing to Daniela Gari, which you wouldn't attribute to anyone else in a similar situation. You assume sinister intentions.
I give you a perfect example. The New York Times apologized for using the picture of the kid who had other issues going on, and they said correct, right? But when they issued that correction, that happened way after, like, every single newspaper around the world, threw that picture up and said, like, this is what's happening. It's fine if you, and not fine, but it's okay if you're saying, it's like, well, we didn't mean it, and we were trying to figure it out, we need to figure out, facts. But at the end of the day, like, if you're gonna position say, like, this is what's happening, you either have to know it and have to be forceful about it, or, it's not right. It's not right. I'm done speaking.
Okay, I put the video in. Ignore the commentary in the beginning from some influencer, but
Yeah.
it was static on the wall, and he walks up to it and points at it, and
well that there were command and control centers in the hospitals. If you don't, you should. All you have to do is read the New York Times.
The bigger picture is now that we are still 18 months into the war, discussing the supposedly manipulation, but actually a stupid mistake was done I don't know how many months ago, but we are not discussing the constant fake propaganda that is coming from the Palestinian side, including this fake starvation campaign that is going on right now. We're not discussing this. We're not discussing the starving hostages. We are for some reason they are making us talk about us and about this stupid mistake instead of like this is like the insanity that is trying to create this like there are two sides that are doing the same things, taking one mistake and comparing it to like a full-blown campaign against Israel. It's insane, of a fake campaign.
Yeah, I would like I just need but so this spokesperson was trained to be a spokesperson, right? Went.
No, not trained. Where was he trained and how and when? Do you know?
He's a spokesperson. This untrained.
Do you understand how it works
This untrained media spokesperson.
No, it's not untrained. He's like
okay. Maybe he was trained. Maybe he was not trained media spokesperson. Walked up to a wall. Pointed.
We know what happened. I don't know why the documentation.
Pointed at a document that he had no idea what it said, and decided to make up in detail by pointing from left to right that it was the list of names.
You're lying again, Fadi.
No,
when you lie. Hang on, Fadi.
The person that lied was the spokesperson.
Fadi, wait a second. He didn't lie. He made a mistake.
Okay, so he read the wrong. He walked up to the document, a piece of paper.
Have you seen this document, Fadi?
It's on video. Jakob provided the clip.
No, I didn't.
He walked up to it. He walked up to it and he read the wrong. He confused the days of the week.
He made a stupid mistake, Shay. That's what we're saying.
What was his mistake? What was his mistake?
Fadi,
assuming that this is a list of
Daniel, give me 1 second, please. Fadi, have you seen the document?
Yes.
Yes or no?
I have. No, I have seen it. Yes.
What does it say? Can you read it?
Yes.
What does it say?
It says the days of the week.
Anything else?
I haven't read every single.
You haven't read the document.
Okay, let me go read it and report back.
You don't even know if the guy was wrong.
Let him read, and I want to speak.
No, he was wrong. He was wrong because there were no names of terrorists. There were no names of terrorists. It was widely reported. It was widely reported that there were no names of the terrorists.
How do you know he was wrong if you have not read the document?
Because when he started pointing to certain squares on the document, I read them in real time, saying, "What is he talking about? That's just the day of the week."
So what you're saying is that you're not sure what was going on there.
No, that's not. That's what you're saying.
Oh, okay. But you didn't read the document, so you don't know if he was.
So you believe the document is a list of terrorist names on shifts?
I believe you have.
Have you read the document, Norm? Have you read the document, Norm? Norm, have you read the document? How do you know that he wasn't manipulating if you haven't read the document?
That's not a plausible explanation. All we know is that somebody said that he was wrong. You haven't read it, and I haven't read it. But your default setting is he's a manipulative. Your default setting is he deliberately lied without having read the document. You're just believing propaganda. Don't talk over me, Fadi. Don't talk over me, Fadi. You're deliberately spreading negative propaganda about Jews, they're liars, without even knowing if it's true or not. You yourself don't know if
Daniel, are you going to stand for
you yourself don't know if it was true, Fadi. Isn't that the truth?
Daniel,
You don't know if it's true. You just don't know. You just don't know. And you may take the time to read it.
With all due respect, why are you looking?
Are you going to stand?
Why are you looking for
Yeah,
Daniel?
we're gonna stand for it, Fadi.
For your,
You don't even know what the document says.
Okay, it took a few days. The ceasefire is over. Normal.
Okay,
The ceasefire between you and I is officially over.
Okay, guys,
Yes.
State, can I make a recommendation? How about just go offline for a few moments?
intention was to manipulate, and assuming that there are enough people in the IDF or in Israel that speak Arabic, we would have either not shown the document to the entire world or fabricated it. I think it's very obvious to anyone with like a grain of, like, I don't want. It's very obvious it was a mistake.
With one brain.
Suggesting otherwise is stupid. And I will tell you another thing, that even if the entire clip was without this calendar, it would be the exact same. It would be the exact same clip. Like this is what we're showing you in the Shiva Hospital. You just found this point to try to delegitimize the entire story. And no, it was a stupid mistake. That's why I say not just a mistake.
One thing I want to mention.
We don't even know if it was a mistake. We have to look at the document.
I just want to say something about the document, that since Shaky's went to look for it. There's nothing special about it. It is a calendar. There's the days of the week in Arabic. They're highlighted in yellow or just crossed over in yellow, whatever. The important thing is what is the title of the document, okay? When they say they translate another in, like, when they're kind of debunking.
What does it say?
The title of the document says the Al-Aqsa Flood, October 7th. So what is the Al-Aqsa Flood?
That was the attack on October 7th.
Exactly. So why was the name of the document Al-Aqsa Flood, and then the date October 7th?
It's a good point. It was underneath the hospital. Yeah, a great point. So they lied. So they lied in order to accuse us of lying. And finally, you played along with it. You were suckered into their lies.
Vance, thank you for the input. I didn't know this because I don't read Arabic.
Well,
I
saw the debunking videos, and they specifically, on the debunking videos, they said, yes, it says Al-Aqsa Flood.
Can you send me the link to that video? Because I'm trying to zoom into all aspects of the document and the resolution is blurry. Can you send me that video?
If you can read Hebrew.
It's from France News Site 24 or something like that. Yeah, sure.
Maybe ask ChatGPT.
That's not that hard to
Check,
read.
ask ChatGPT. I'm sure that he will be able to tell you exactly what the document
I'm
says.
trying to, but the ChatGPT is hallucinating and mixing
It's
up.
okay, we don't need to hear the details of your relationship with ChatGPT so you can obfuscate some more. So the more we look at
the ceasefire is over.
the more we look, yeah, keep trying to change the the more we look at it, the more we see that calling it a liar manipulation is in fact itself a lie and manipulation, which is typical, and I'm not speaking of you here, Fadi, typical of what the other side does. They project their lies onto us. They say they want to commit a genocide, so they accuse us of genocide. They practice apartheid. There are no Jews in their lands, and they accuse us of apartheid. They accuse us of stealing land, and they come and steal our land. Every single thing that they're doing is a projection. Every single thing they accuse us of is a projection of what they're doing. And this was a great example. I'm glad you brought us this example, Fadi. Here's a document that says Al-Aqsa Flood in the hospital that's being used as a command and control center for Hamas. And your only response is, oh, the Jews are being manipulative.
And the latest is them using salvation as a weapon of war, as we saw with the hostages.
Guys, every day there will be someone like straight taking turn, come and waste your time, right? And come and say something ridiculous, and then you'll waste our looking for a way to debate, and you'll enjoy about it. But the whole point is you do not know what is the motive that every day someone like Fadi come here, there's a bigger problem coming, and you'll miss it, just like October 7th.
I'm still,
Okay, so this is far, like Daniel said, why are we still doing this after over 80 days? Because the next October 7th is coming, and Fadi are here to make sure you don't see it, right? So what is the next October 7th?
Hey Dave, you know nothing.
Again, someone
Dave.
like Fadi
No, Dave.
will never be discussed, and he doesn't care whether he reads or not. He just wants to be and if you are moderator, just make sure he go off stage so we can discuss what is the next October 7th. Make it off stage, you will disrupt me every time.
The next over there, what does that mean? The next one? What does that mean?
Dave,
Make sure he go off stage because he will interrupt me every single
Okay,
second.
so Let's pretend.
Okay, I want to go
there's
one
an
at a time.
What is the next one?
He means that they're going to attack us again and do that same thing of taking hostages.
It's very dangerous what Dave is doing right now. He's basically directly.
What's dangerous is you interrupting.
It's very dangerous.
What's dangerous is you interrupting people, Fadi, and you've been warned a bunch of times. You didn't have to do it. You lied on the stage. You interrupted. You can just take turns. Dave, explain what you mean by the next October 7th. What do you mean?
I explain why you've associated me as promoting the next October 7th. Go ahead.
I did not say you are associated with next October 7th, but you are typical Muslim, pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas.
He's not Muslim, he's Christian.
Christian Dave. What a fucking idiot. Go keep going.
Okay, so the next big problem coming is Iran. They will be running out of water in a couple of weeks. And do you do it 90 million people running out of water there? And the Shiite and the Sunni will not do anything. They will repeat the problems. And where do they go? And that is the far more important problem.
It's actually not that.
Hey, nobody interrupt, man. Let one person speak. When that person's done, the next person speaks. And the speakers, please try to keep it to a minimum of like a maximum of a minute to a minute and a half.
Yeah, I'm done with 1 minute.
Okay, I'm going to ignore everything Dave's just said. I found a tweet that appears to be from the IDF, Avja Adre. He said it was at Yeah, he said in his tweet it was at Al Rantisi Hospital, not Al Shifa.
What is it?
To the calendar.
Okay. Where you found the tweet? So in other words, you have no point.
Well, no, hold on a second. We like.
Do you have a point? What's your point?
Okay, I'm gonna give you. Well, it does matter. It does matter.
Do you have a point?
I can
have a point.
I can stop talking.
You have a point.
I don't know. Are you gonna continue to do that?
Should we call the New York Times?
You have a point.
Norm, we should get the New York Times on your street towel. Go ahead.
Dave,
I'm having trouble understanding you.
Yeah, David, try.
Guys, it becomes an echo chamber when people start interrupting and start antagonizing the speakers. Let them speak. You're not going to agree with everything they have to say. Okay, I'm not for any more of this bullshit obfuscation. It was 40 babies, no, it was 39. It was this hospital, it was that hospital. It happened 2 years ago. The New York Times published a detailed pitch battle that they fought in the same location. They used hospitals as command and control centers. If anybody disputes that, we can have that conversation. Okay, that they're using civilian institutions and buildings as military bases in order to make Israel shoot at them so they can say, oh, you hit a hospital, you hit a mosque, you hit a kindergarten. Reason being that they fire rockets from there or they have military people there. If anybody disputes that, then let's have that conversation because that's what we're talking about here. Not whether the calendar said March or April. Somebody just gave it that it's an Al-Aqsa flood on it. Okay? The most brutal terror attack since the Holocaust on Jews. And there are people here by arguing over whether it says the month of June or the month of March or whatever, they're arguing somehow the details to obfuscate the fact that this happened.
but
According to one person here,
Shapeshifter has all the time in the world to apparently pull up random little X quotes from some IDF soldier that he doesn't post a link. Shapeshifter, why do you waste everybody's time here, and why do you waste your own time doing this?
That's what they do every day.
obfuscation.
I'm just trying to figure out. Hey, Norm, would you like me to leave the room?
Please. No, don't leave, guys. I'm sick and tired of being around people that talk only. Why would you leave the room, buddy?
I'm just wondering, like, because every time I try to talk, you just interrupted.
Why would you leave? Well, because you're interrupting. Why are you interrupting?
Again, you're not making any points. You're just being a pathetic little child, Shapeshifter. Why don't you say something
Don't attack him
interesting?
personally, please. Don't attack him personally.
Well, thank you, Norm. Ceasefire's back on. Okay, so I thought it was important to explore which hospital.
Wow. Okay, whatever. I don't want to keep going down this road. I don't think you deny
interrupt with the stupid little rhetoric. Stop, man. Fucking trolling. It's like a fucking disease. Stop interrupting people.
All right. So, number one, I assume Fadi did not deny that Hamas uses hospitals for the explicit.
Could I respond?
Well, you don't deny it. If you deny it, respond. If you don't deny it, just stay quiet.
I agree that Hamas does use some hospitals as command centers.
Okay, so you didn't have to respond, as I said. So that's the only thing that we're talking about here. We're not talking about what the calendar says, and we're not talking about whether it was Al-Shifa or the other one that you mentioned, Al-Rimsi or whatever it is. And when you start to get lost in the details like that, it's deliberate. As Dave was saying before, in order to obfuscate the bigger point, that they do this to weaponize our humanity, to draw our fire so they can point to the world and say, look at how bad the Jews are. And Fadi, I'm sorry, you participated in this. And you do it on a regular basis, and that's why I lost patience with you, despite your reasonable tone. Yes, you have a reasonable tone, and yes, you're a Lebanese Christian, so you're caught in the middle between two opposing forces. An army that wants to wipe you out, frankly, which is Hezbollah, and an army that wants to prevent that army from wiping you out and wiping us out, and that's the IDF. But your positions are problematic, Fadi. Like wanting a terror organization to join the Lebanese army. That's problematic. And by, regularly going into Amir's room and mocking Jews. When you go into Amir's room and mock Jews, that's bad, Fadi. It's anti-Semitic. I don't know why you do it. You seem like a nice guy, but you also seem like you hate Jews, and the stuff that you say and do contributes to Jews dying. And that's where Daniel was coming from. We don't like it when you contribute to Jews dying. I'll land it there.
Okay, thank you. May I respond? Okay, great. A lot of things said there, Norm. I would never accuse you of hating Arabs. I'll never do that. I've got too much respect for you, and in moments where you've shown.
That's called a straw man. That's called a straw man.
Hey, Bibi.
So what is your point?
Should I keep dealing with this, or what do you think, man? One Torontonian to another, Bibi. Should I just hunker down? No, stay and do your thing. Honestly, no one has the right.
Ooh, is BB your daddy or something? Go ahead and state your position.
That bullshit right there.
Just answer the question, bro.
Try
Is BB
coffee
your
instead
daddy?
of vodka. It's barely noon. Jesus. Okay. That's a personal attack. Go on mute for a while. You don't know anything there. No. Yeah. No, he's right though. David keeps fucking interrupting. He needs to stop that. But Norm, you said he was slurring. I was riding your wave.
Okay, go ahead. What is your point?
Again, David, stop, man. You're dishonest, baby. I was riding.
You're dishonest, Fadi.
That was a Freudian slip.
You're dishonest.
I sensed it.
No, I misspoke.
Okay, so let's kind of go at this. I would never accuse Norm of hating all Arabs.
That's a straw man.
But here he's accused me of Jew hate.
I accuse you of Jew hate.
I've got many close Jewish friends.
That doesn't matter.
David, shut the fuck up. That's it, David. You've been working. Honestly, so dumb. I've spent hours and hours bonding,
Well, they should know that you hate them. Maybe we should warn them.
cracking jokes with many Zionists.
Maybe we should warn them.
On this app. Some of them are in this room. So Norm, I want you to reflect on.
You know what I'm reflecting on? I'm reflecting on your dishonesty. Why do you hate
I want you to reflect on whether your villainization of me is
participating in the Jew hate?
spreading.
Fadi, why do you go into the Jew hate room every day and laugh along with them and mock the Jews? Why do you do that?
I know your feelings are hurt, Norm.
No, they're not hurt.
So, okay, now the second thing you said,
Anti-Semitism.
Norm,
Uh-huh.
we're in a ceasefire, so careful, it's a delicate one. The second thing
Wait, what do you say? What ceasefire do you mean?
you and I.
Well, whatever. I have the same relationship with people either way. I don't have any. We don't have a formal agreement.
Wow,
And I don't think that you're threatening me is making your case stronger. Be careful.
Okay, so that was actually good. I give you points for that one. Okay, so the second thing.
Points for the whole thing, Fadi.
You're actually super funny. So the second, I know. The second thing is that the Hezbollah is trying to destroy me or destroy. Yeah.
Yes.
So I've been to Lebanon many times. I've lived there. I took my wife there actually. For
Irrelevant
context.
details throughout the
For
case.
context. For context.
Irrelevant details.
My wife.
Who
cares? He's telling his story, man. Fuck.
That's not what this is.
No, but it's semantics that you're getting like aggravated at. Who cares, Norm? Honestly,
I'm not aggravated, it's semantics.
I took her
Aggravated is
to
an obfuscation technique, which is typical.
densely populated Hezbollah neighborhoods in Lebanon. Because they all also happen, some of them, to be great tourist sites. Beautiful.
Body,
beautiful
they're a
sites.
terror group.
In the neighborhoods I took her to had huge posters.
Body, Hezbollah is a terror group.
Yes, Hezbollah is a terror group.
Okay, that's what we need to know.
Neighborhoods I took her to.
That's it. Are you against the terror?
Guys, let him speak. Honestly, Norm, we need to learn to let him
I don't need you to moderate me.
The neighborhood. No, but bro, but all you do is create a fucking echo chamber.
You're not here to moderate me.
The neighborhoods I took her to were very densely populated Hezbollah strongholds.
They're a terror group. Be
Now,
proud of yourself.
I didn't take her. He already said that.
I'm going to keep repeating it.
Why? What for? That's the problem. They don't need moderation.
BB, the echo chamber break who tries to create an echo chamber.
Cross around my neck, open and showing. Big, fat, beautiful.
Okay, you had a nice anecdote. Thank you, Father.
Okay.
Nice anecdote.
And when we got off
You don't have to keep going.
when we got off the tour bus,
Okay, why are you telling us this story?
the first
Why are you telling the story? You're wasting our time.
the first thing I encountered was
Body, enough.
there was a
That was something else better to do. You're on Clubhouse on a Saturday morning, Norm. Enough. I have many better things to do. It's enough.
Let him speak.
No, I'm not, and I don't want you to interrupt me.
the kid tried to sell me a I Heart
Whatever.
hat.
Body.
I didn't buy the hat.
Walk among them.
I didn't buy the hat. And I walked around promoting the fact that I was Christian, telling the people that I'm introducing my Canadian wife to the country that I love. At no moment in time did anybody try and kill me, Norm. No one. Not a single.
It's a silly thing you just said.
Not a single.
You got away with the terror group.
So Norm said they were trying to kill you.
That's correct.
And yet I was completely.
So let me ask you a question, Sheikh.
Yes,
So I have a lot of Armenian friends that used to go back to Lebanon, and they had to, when they would arrive in the airport, they had to hand in their passports, and the police had to be notified that they were there because they were Christian. And they had to basically say where they were going to be because their lives were at threat.
No, man, that just doesn't happen. I go to.
It does. It happens, but you're in denial.
What year was this?
You're in denial.
It's in the early, like 2000s, 2010, 2015 was the last time my friend was there, and he said that he was fearful of his life. Now, I've gone there so many times, so have my entire family is always going down there.
So are you saying that it's safe?
No, it's radical.
Is it safe?
Is it safe like Toronto, Ontario?
Is it safe for Christians?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Except they murder Christians. Other than that, fine.
Absolutely safe.
He took his wife around. He didn't buy a hat. Aren't you guys listening to his story?
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's because they never asked him to buy a t-shirt. Genuine body.
Thank you. Can we
This
take
is
a moment to recognize John?
It's a fish story.
John, thank you for your empathy.
It's not empathy. I'm actually making fun of you for wasting your time and everybody else's time. Thank you very little. Thank you very little.
Thank you.
Fadi, what is the population of Christians are going to be zero in Lebanon? What have you guys got to be totally out and run away and go to Western societies?
Is that a question or something that you want to happen? I just want to confirm whether you're promoting genocide. Go ahead.
Not coming, right? Your population has started decreasing drastically.
Is that a desire or a question, Bruce?
Must be a question. You want to know?
Okay. The answer is that will never happen.
Has it been declining?
Yes, it has.
Let me ask you a question, Shapeshifter. What would it take for you to join the Jews and be a friend and an ally and support the Jews 100%?
That's a great question.
It's not going to happen.
That is a phenomenal question.
It actually, first of
I
all,
want you to think about that, Jake. Hang on.
Should I do the 10 seconds?
I'm going to read you a few facts about Christians in Lebanon.
Should I do a 10?
Apparently you're in some denial. No, hang
By
on.
the way, I do consider
No,
myself
fine, I'm
an
going to
ally.
sit down if you interrupt me. Fine. Understand? Great. Okay. Persecution and fear. Christians in Lebanon reportedly feel like second-class citizens who live in fear of persecution as Hezbollah's influence expands within the country. I didn't write this. This is from ChatGPT. Violence and harassment. Reports of violence and harassment against Christians in areas influenced by Hezbollah exist, according to the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Assassinations. Hezbollah is suspected of assassinating opponents, including members of Christian political parties. Displacement. Clashes between Hezbollah and Israeli forces have led to the displacement of thousands of Christians in southern Lebanon, forcing many families to flee their homes. While some may downplay, Fadi, we're talking to you here, the threat of Hezbollah poses to Christians, the evidence suggests that the group's actions contribute to a climate of fear and insecurity for Christian communities in Lebanon. Hezbollah's operations have been observed to put Christians' areas at risk of retaliatory strikes by Israel. So there is an actual answer that doesn't have to do with buying a hat with somebody that you love. It's a real engagement with the question.
May I respond?
You don't need to.
Is that a yes or a no?
You don't need to.
Okay, so I'll respond.
Say something. No, you're not reading the room now. You're supposed to be diplomatic. Instead of that, why don't you add something to the conversation? Hezbollah is a terrorist group. We both agree that they should go away. You want them integrated.
Yes, I do. I want them to lay down their arms. I want exactly what the president of Lebanon wants.
Great.
Which
So do we.
is no institution or group carries arms in Lebanon other than the Lebanese army.
Right.
I don't know in the last 20 years. I wish we could hear you guys more about this. We Lebanese have failed, and we have failed. I agree with you, Daniel. I'm very critical of Lebanese society and the Lebanese. I want nothing more than peace with Israel. I honestly do. I want nothing more than peace with Israel.
You've even changed somebody defeated Hezbollah. You've changed your tone.
No.
Yeah. You used to say that you wanted Hezbollah to join the Lebanese army.
Hezbollah never should have attacked Israel at any moments other than when the IDF had occupied southern Lebanon. All other attacks are completely unjustified and immoral.
I'm sorry, when the IDF was in Lebanon, why do you support the fucking terror group that is taking advantage and is spreading like cancer in your country instead of having your Lebanese army deal with this?
Because the Lebanese army was effectively dissolved. The Lebanese army was not allowed to carry munitions of a certain grade. Which is a problem.
They operated above the Litani River, which in violation of the agreement.
The Lebanese army engaging with Hezbollah would have returned us to a civil war that caused me to leave the country.
So your decisions have consequences, and when you allow and you even justify a terror group using your land to attack, you cannot then cry why Israel is occupying. Yes, we are occupying because you're not doing your job of keeping those jihadi terrorists away from our borders, so we have to do it. If you would control the sovereignty of your own country, we don't have to do it.
Well,
Daniel, it's not that simple. What somebody's saying is correct. Because Lebanon is also occupied. You can understand this. There's nothing Lebanese that you can do.
No, I'm just saying that presenting it like out of context, like they like to do. Israel is occupying.
Would you like me to criticize a number of things that Lebanon has done?
Shapeshifter, do you think it's fair?
To be honest, because you say that Israel was occupying Lebanon without pointing out that you let the PLO there, one of the worst terror groups in human history, you let them occupy your country, and then from that, you let them attack Israel. So we had to go in there and get rid of them.
Well,
you let that part out.
Shapeshifter.
Why did you leave that out?
Because he's a narcissist. His wife doesn't even know it.
Let him speak. You can learn a thing or two about Lebanon. Trust me.
How long are you going to center him, though? That's the point. How long are you going to continue to center him?
Hey, I'm a big Zionist. He hasn't said anything that's incorrect so far. Let him speak.
Well,
okay, John, if you'd like to be the center of attention.
I'm not asking to be the center. I'm just wondering, do you think it's fair for you to be the center of attention for over an hour? And does that make you a narcissist?
It's not what this is about. It's not fair. So I would like to stop the injustice. Go ahead, John. You've got the room. And I would like to be the center of attention, please. So, Frank, how come when you said I would, well, you know, I would love to have a beer with you. Very dishonestly, Fadi. Daniel, I would love to have a beer with you one. Yeah, well, great. Fadi, very dishonest. You'd be a great guy to hang out with. Fadi, very dishonestly, you say, oh, Israel occupied southern Lebanon without mentioning that we went there. I will. Wait, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
You didn't let me finish. How come you mentioned that Israel occupied southern Lebanon without pointing out that we went in there to get rid of the PLO, which you guys let occupy southern Lebanon in order to attack Israel, to get rid of it?
Okay, that's a fair point, and that I need to be careful about. I'm trying to control how much I talk, but you are absolutely correct that the Lebanese were implicit in the situation.
But why didn't you mention that?
Because part of me wanted to control how long I go back into history, and I suppose the other part of me wanted to maintain some high ground in the debate. So
What is the high ground that you get from that?
you've called me on it, and I'm accepting it. And let's go down in history.
I like
We
to
wanna-
see Fadi. Don't you think the reason is because you were in an anti-Israel room, so you wanted to add fuel to the anti-Israel fire?
No.
Well, how come everything you said was anti-Israel in the anti-Israel room?
Actually, that's not true. I do believe Israel's gone too far. Do you want to talk about?
What?
On a number of occasions?
Well, no, I'm asking
In the number.
Well, name the top one. What's the top one?
The number of Palestinian deaths.
Okay, where?
This is Hamas, not on us, dude. In Hamas, like, why are you blaming Israel for this?
So in most wars, Fadi, in most wars, do you try to minimize the number of deaths? Is that how you fight a war? Or do you try to maximize it?
It's a decent way to fight a war.
Israel is doing whatever they can to minimize, or Hamas is doing everything to maximize it. So it to me that a shapeshifter, that if you really care for the Palestinians, you are like gaslighting them.
Well,
and
no,
I said 10 minutes ago,
the responsibility of the Palestinians is on the Palestinians.
Okay,
It's not on us.
maximizing civilians.
They can end it tomorrow.
okay. I agree that all the hostages should be released. I agree. Like,
Great, but they're not. But I understand we all agree with this. And because they are not, and we all agree that they must be released, and it doesn't go with asking.
I agree that there are probably.
Yeah, but it's fine that you say you agree, but you realize that the complications when you deal with somebody who has hostages. No hostage. So, like, how can you?
So I agree that there's huge problems in Lebanese society and Palestinian society that have caused the problems that we have today in the Middle East. You know, it's just not even debatable. And I think.
Yeah, but
Okay.
at the end of
The
the
reality
day,
is you're saying that there are too many deaths, but still the Palestinians, which obviously don't think like you, because they could say, okay, too much death, here are your hostages, back, we're putting down our guns. So maybe you think it's too much. For them, it's not too much. And if you have any complaints, you shouldn't present it to us when we are fighting something that you said is completely 100% justified.
Yeah, Daniel, I want to
if you ask the person on the ground, like in Gaza, they would say like, we just want the end to the war. We just want to live, right? That's their prerogative, right? But what's stopping that? It's not Israel that's stopping that. It's Hamas.
So what I don't get, what I don't get is, like, he says that he already agrees that Hamas is a problem, right? Which is obviously good, but then he should also understand that Israel has every right, and also it's their obligation to eliminate the threat. So the question is, like, why would you expect Israel? What would you expect Israel to do when a terror group that's slaughters civilians, kidnaps children, hides behind schools?
It's not a problem.
If his answer is, well, oh, it shouldn't be like alternative, because until he does, what he's really saying is that Israel should just let Hamas operate freely, which is not moral stance. That's not moral cowardice. So he needs to explain better what the alternative should be.
The government of Gaza, like that's their prerogative. Like they're the person that should like let's not forget, like the people that they voted in to represent the people of Gaza are the people.
Yo, David, I hate to break it to you, man, but you need some serious help, dude. You can't keep coming on this app stumbling your words. You sound totally inebriated, David. You need to get some professional help, dude.
I agree with John said. I think that's his opinion.
But I agree with Lou about his opinion in my book, but I agree with John about his opinion on David.
I think that's his prerogative.
I think it's
Respectfully.
your prerogative.
I'm not gonna answer that.
I'm not gonna answer that.
I agree.
I mean, David, why don't you like get off a clown house and stop doing this to yourself? I mean, coming on here and mumbling is the opposite of what you're supposed to do on this app, which is to have clear and effective communication, David. It's a beautiful Saturday. What you're doing to yourself is madness.
Not too much.
Come on, John. Kitover.
Listen, I'm just trying to put some information in David's head so maybe somebody says something to him which is actually meaningful as opposed to placating him and letting him just go on and on and on and interrupt your room and mumble and stumble and interrupt nonstop. Moderators should be ashamed of themselves for even allowing David to do this because you actually enable him to do this.
Oh, Nuance here. How you doing, boo?
Yeah, I just want to know what his alternative is. Like, what does he think Israel should be doing? Like, what does he, you know, he's going to criticize Israel, but hold on, let me answer, I'll finish. If he's going to, what, you
can continue to ask it, it's a good question.
Yeah, you can continue to keep quiet and let me answer the question. Yeah, well, it is, because if you criticize Israel's response, but you offer literally no fucking alternative, then you need to offer one before you can say something, because I think deep down, you know, there isn't one. There's no clean way, that's the key word, clean, to fight a terror group that hides behind civilians. So what the fuck is your alternative then? If you want to criticize, what the fuck is your
I
alternative?
would love to hear Shape's answer to Tobias's question, but if you don't want to answer Shape, I could try to answer Tobias's question.
I'm happy to answer.
Okay,
He's asking a very relevant question.
Excuse my language, brother, but yeah, please answer.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. It's all good. And by the way, John, like, kudos to you to try helping David out. So, I think the techniques in terms of the size of the munitions, the size of the bombs, I think that they should revisit the tactics.
But in what specific way was his question?
Less powerful bombs.
Can I offer one and you tell me if you agree with it?
Sure.
So what I think the pro-Palestinian people would like to see, I think that they envision that there's like a Hamas stronghold somewhere where the Hamas people are hiding out, maybe it's in the tunnels. And they envision the Israeli army like walking past the Palestinian civilians who are the innocent ones, and then they're going to infiltrate the tunnels and then they're going to shoot with a gun or ideally arrest without killing those Hamas terrorists. Is that what you would like to see? Is that like a good vision?
No, like, I just, unfortunately, war, it's too complicated.
interesting.
Can you tell me just your like military experience?
I
of
have,
your understanding and munitions, and you know the fact of which munition fell where, and what is the reason that it fell there?
I have a few other points. I think the siege was too aggressive, so that's the second point.
Well, we've heard that, but it's not a response to Tobias's question, which is what's
Well,
the
no,
alternative to the
I'm giving
aggressive
alternatives.
Is it too aggressive? Is it too aggressive or is it too aggressive enough? There was a siege, and Sparta say, you know, the blockade of the siege.
Hey, Tobias, can I take a minute to respond to your question without interruptions, or would you prefer everyone interrupted me?
I mean, I think I'd like to respond to your bombs idea.
I haven't finished. You brought up.
Okay. All right, so yeah,
a minute, or would
go ahead. You spent 5 minutes to talk about 20 different points. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys are still like centering this. This is like 2 hours. This has been going on.
Okay,
I haven't been here for these.
I'll stop responding to the questions directed to me.
No, I'd like to hear the response.
Okay, so the first thing is reducing the size of the munitions and being a bit more tactical with the strategy. The second thing is being a bit more proactive around ensuring that the children and women have food. The third thing is being more aggressive with the peace negotiations. So those are three things.
Those are three good things, but to all three things, I would love you to, if you could, expand on specifics. Let me try to remember the three things. Increase peace and negotiations. How specifically? Reduce the deaths of women and children. How specifically? And what was the first point? Something about like more precise munitions, but how specifically?
So let me just use fewer words. First thing is less powerful bombs.
But how specifically? With using a rifle?
No, just rather than
The
like
bomb is based on the target. If you need to go and destroy like a tunnel system, you use a strong bomb. If you need to, like it's I mean, it's not this last military experience. Every single ammunition that drops in Gaza goes through a series of approval, including, by the way, legal, to make sure that the target and the munition and the angle and the intelligence face. Yes, there are mistakes. Obviously, it's war. But just saying, like, use like softer blows. I don't think that you understand what war is. We have a goal, and the faster we achieve the goal, the better.
I mean, I've got some first-hand experience in war. I mean,
So what do you mean about softer or like more less powerful munition? Why? You need to understand if you think that they are like using munition that is too powerful for the intended goal, but I don't think you know for each munition that is dropped what is the intended goal or the target.
I want to say a shame. I think like you don't send soldiers into a heavily like fortified, booby-trapped urban war zone on Earth and say, hey guys, let's scale down the firepower so it looks better on TV. That's not how it works, man. Israel is targeting like underground bunkers, like tunnels, right? That intentionally put there by Hamas. A small bomb means you'll fail to destroy that, or you have to hit it like multiple times. So that's literally. I don't think you understand how warfare works.
I do. I've lived in one.
And how can you say something as stupid as they should have smaller bombs?
Or when you hit a munition stock or like warehouse full munition, shift that 1 second. Shift them. When you throw a small bomb into a munition storage, okay, where they hold rockets, there will be big explosion even if I use like a very small detonator. You do understand why? When you put weapons everywhere in Gaza, and let's say there's a building that is completely like booby trap, why would we send like a smaller bomb, crash the entire building, destroy the fuck out of this building? But we, as you know, evacuate the population. This is why 75% of Gaza is conquered, and you have 50,000 deaths or 60,000 out of them, about half are Hamas.
demilitarization, which means that the Hamas fighters might survive, the commanders could get away, the weapons might be recovered. So you got all these problems if you start using weaker ammunition. So then Israel has to come back and hit the same target again and again and again, and this time with troops on the ground. Because that's what would happen, right? The troops would be on the ground that time, which puts its own soldiers at great risk. This is what I'm saying. I don't think you fully understand how warfare works.
I mean, I don't think any of us are deep military experts. I think that criticizing.
Well, some of us.
Some people there are.
I want to ask you a different question. Do you want Israel to win this war?
That's an interesting question. I would like Hamas defeated.
Do you want Israel to win this war? Nobody else is fighting them.
Can't you just say yes if you want Hamas to be defeated?
John, objectively. Okay, everybody's fine. Well, that you are supporting both of them, but it's very hard for you to just say yes. I want Israel to win. Winning meaning getting a hostages back and demilitarizing the state, which you are both supporting.
Every
Just say I support Israel winning.
Western civilization has Hamas as a terrorist organization. Why would you support them?
He didn't support that. He didn't support that.
Yeah.
He didn't support
Why would
that.
you even
I'd like to give a an,
David, wait a second. Do you want Israel to win this war, buddy?
If that means that the Palestinians have a free autonomous state.
No, it doesn't mean that. It means the objective of the war. The objective of the war.
I'd like Hamas
No,
to be
listen.
defeated.
Oh, it's the
Two
time.
objectives to the war, okay? One is to release the hostages. Second one is to demilitarize the street. Do you support those goals and you hope that Israel will be able to achieve them? Yes or no? We're not talking about anything like a Palestinian state. That is not an objective of the war.
Okay.
Regardless.
So,
But you're in a
sound
quagmire, right?
sound bites are important. We got people that actively recording these rooms. So I support there's an important caveat I'd like to point out before I answer. Now, there's a caveat that is following, so for all people that might be recording this room, just note that. And get ready for your editing techniques.
wow, you're gonna make some big genius point.
I support.
No, he's doing it because they're actually doing it. I now heard that someone is, I don't know, spreading something that I said, which I actually never said, but they're saying, and it's not that they said that I said it, so, which is not true, by the way.
Exactly. So,
Do you want Israel to win this war, buddy?
Hamas should be defeated. Okay.
Yeah.
Second, there should, to your point, Israel, right?
Okay, so Hamas should be defeated by Israel. Okay.
No more, let me show you.
Okay, second, I do support a temporary.
So number one, I say yes. What's number two,
I
buddy?
do support a.
No more, please, let him answer.
I do support a temporary demilitarization of the area, followed by
Of the area, of the strip, not the strip, you mean?
of the strip, yes. Followed by a genuine effort to help the Palestinians stand up on their feet, including having their own military.
Again, but that's not the objective of the war.
already.
I'm asking, the objective of the war, like creating a Palestinian authority or autonomy, is not an objective of the war. Okay, the objective of the war, if I made a mistake, not, it seems like that.
You've run this. You've run this. Daniel, I would like to play by the rules that you set down, and some of them are nuanced, right? So just trying to pin me on everything being binary, I can't do that where the nuance is important. So I do. Israel.
You're saying now,
I'm trying to go to the third point.
It's not nuance. It's not nuance.
It's nuance. It's nuance.
No, it's not nuance. It's not. I will repeat it again for you. Maybe it's nuance. Maybe I don't know what. There are two objectives to the war declared on October 8th. One, getting our hostages back, and two, demilitarizing Gaza Strip. If we achieve this, Israel achieve the goal, meaning they won the war. And now you're saying I want also like $1 million for every Palestinian, and you adding demands. Those are not, I'm not negotiating. I'm asking you if you support, no, it's not nuance, because you're not the decision maker. Who's talking? Can you hold on 1 second? It's not nuance. You are not a person that makes any decisions here. Because Israel, that's correct. Israel declared the war. Not you, not me. Israel declared the goals of the war. Israel, if they achieve the goals that they set, it will be considered a win. And Normo asked you if you support Israel winning the war that they declared, not what you want the war to be, not what I want the war to be, not even what Normo that asked the question wants to be. Do you want Israel to achieve the goals that they set up to this war? Those two goals. Not what you imagine, not $1 million for the Palestinian or whatever you want. Those two goals. Because this is what we decided. And when we say we Israel, and we declared the war, not you. Sorry, dude. That's like
You're right.
Shay, are you even listening to yourself? You want Hamas destroyed, and then you want the Gazans to be rearmed with military weapons. That's what he just said. Are you listening to yourself? And do you know how stupid that is?
So, I can't answer the questions the way they're posed because I don't want to give the person a soundbite that they, that's going to.
Believe me, nobody cares about your soundbite. Hate to break it to you, self-centered narcissist.
Okay, so Hamas should be defeated. There should be.
Whoa, how dare you? How dare you?
Just like in all many wars of this nature, there's often a cycle of demilitarization followed by a genuine effort
To rearm them with military weapons.
the good people.
you support Israel achieving their war goals.
I support the demilitarization, the temporary demilitarization, and the defeat of Hamas.
Sheikh, I'm wondering, why is it so hard for you? Is it like because you're so much in like places like Amir's room and all this like hateful places that supporting something that you see as moral, justified, legal, it's physically hard for you to pronounce the word yes. I am fully 100% support the legitimate, legal, humane, and moral objectives that Israel set up for the war. And I'm 100% behind them because you know what? You are. This is why I even try with you. Because I do sense that there is humanity or morality there. But you are so wrapped up in this fake world of like propaganda and hate that it's normalized to just be against Israel, even if you fully support it, which you do.
Habibi, I said I'd have a beer with you, maybe two now after that. So, okay. The reason is because
Daniel's taken. Don't hit on him.
I know, unfortunately. I'm also taken and very
Yeah,
straight.
he
I'm
has a
also taken
husband.
and very straight, but
I agree with that.
Guys, I still have eyes. Yes, I have a husband,
you do? Oh,
but I still have eyes.
But he's still open. He's that.
I said eyes. I didn't say something, that is not an actual objective of the war. And this is what we're fighting for, and this is when we will start fighting. And I'm asking if you support the objectives and the goals of the war.
Let me Daniel, so he says he wants Hamas to be defeated, right? But then again, he can't actually bring himself to say Israel should win, which doesn't make any sense, because he really believes that Hamas...
Exactly. That's my point.
Yes, let me finish what I'm trying to say. If you really believe Hamas is a terrorist group that needs to be taken down, then you should...
Terrorist group. There's no debate on that.
Yeah, I know, I'm saying from his perspective, then he should have absolutely no problem supporting the side that's actually fighting.
Well, I agree with David. But
let me just finish my paragraph, yeah? But instead, what he and many others try to do is sit on the fence, basically. They condemn Hamas with, condemning Hamas with like one hand, while refusing to support Israel with the other, right? That's not what a balanced viewpoint is. That's literally avoiding the hard truth. Like, you can't claim to want a terror group defeated and then stay silent, and when like one military side is capable of doing.
I agree with David. No, you're wrong. The reason why you're wrong is because, like,
His opinion is his opinion. It can't be wrong. You can disagree with it, but it's
I don't know why he thinks I'm wrong.
With all due respect,
be wrong, actually.
okay, with all due respect, I disagree with your opinion because
And I agree with David.
the
Cool,
UN.
I'm wrong because it's my opinion. Why don't you actually explain why I'm wrong? We can argue.
Okay, you know what? You're being very combative, and I choose not to.
I agree with David. Let the record show that I agree with David.
Hey, I think Dave won that one, guys. He's refusing to argue.
I would just like to also say that the moderators, you should be ashamed of yourselves for even letting David come on stage. That's my opinion.
I apologize. You're a great guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy, drunk on a Saturday morning on a Shabbos, interrupting every single sentence, but yet you permit him to do it. You're an enabler. Don't let him do this to himself.
I'd like to help him with that, but right now I just give him my friendship. And love. No, did he? I mean, we could ask Shay, do you believe that Jews have a right to live safely and securely in our homeland?
100%. Oh yeah.
So you're a Zionist?
If that's the definition, then
It is.
Zionist, yeah.
Clip it! Clip it! I'm putting that clip out. Thank you, Shapeshifter. You are a Zionist.
We don't clip it and we don't troll it. I don't agree with Kitover. I'm not trying to trap you or anything.
I'm kidding, Shapeshifter.
You're good, brother. You're good. So, you know, guys, I learned a lot about Zionism thanks to Clubhouse. It's been very, very enlightening. I'll admit, growing up as an Arab, there was only one definition that I had access to, and shame on me for not kind of doing more research, but the definition that was around me in my youth was this idea that the two blue stripes on the Israeli flag represented from the Tigris or the Euphrates to the River Nile.
Here we go again.
No, but that one.
Horizontal stripes, not
The river to the sea.
Really, that's what it means, huh, Shapeshifter? Why don't you tell us what Zionism means, Shapeshifter?
No. That's the kind of fake narrative that was out there, right? And then I learned thanks to Clubhouse that it's actually just simply, many people hold that the definition is just simply just that there should be a state called Israel.
So let me ask you a question. What does the word Zionism mean to you?
I would just like to take the simpler, more kind definition, which is like there should be a homeland for the Jewish people.
That's all it is.
And its borders are 6 and 7. That's the one, like, that's, I mean, when I go to Amir's room, like, you know, anytime I unmask, I respond the same way. He calls me a cool Zionist. But that, you know, but then I was trying to figure out, well, why
They're not even indigenous to the land. They're not even indigenous to the land.
You need to work on your accent.
Ashkenazi means the Jews from Europe.
They're not even indigenous to the land.
Why is there such anti-Zionism
anti-Zionist rhetoric everywhere. And when people have that rhetoric,
It isn't everywhere.
well, sorry, okay, it's not right everywhere. So when there is anti-Zionist rhetoric, where is that person typically coming from? And what I've learned is that they
Lack of education, lack of intelligence, awareness. That's where it comes from.
What I've learned is that they attribute other things to Zionism, expansionist stuff, colonial stuff, conspiracy theory stuff, and it's fascinating and a bit dangerous when that happens. Now, it is true though that like there's a colloquial definition and an intellectual definition, and
You realize, like, it was the king and queen that decided those borders, right? King and queen.
Yeah, I agree with David.
So like, why would you blame Israel for that?
anyway, so
But that's also a very modern academic left-wing view of.
Like, I think even, like, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't
Definition on Zionism.
yeah, didn't the queen, didn't she apologize for, like, what she did in the Middle East?
Victoria? Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, yes.
Elizabeth II.
Yeah. She apologized because, like, she realized, like,
You guys totally interrupted Shapeshifter, and he was just getting to the colloquialism part.
Anyway, we don't get to determine what a country's boundaries are. That's determined by the country and its neighbors. So we don't know what the boundaries is. But the country is the homeland for the Jewish people. And
or no, it's also, like, country is determined based on war, and, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Israel won that war?
yeah, it did.
Yes, it was actually 6 days of war against, like, all their Arab neighbors, correct?
So there's a great book about it by Michael Oren, former ambassador from Israel to the U.S., called 6 Days of War. Genius book. Listen to it on audio. I don't get any money for this.
Yeah, so, like, there's people around them that fought a war, and they lost the war. So, what is the issue?
The issue is you don't drink vodka on Saturday mornings on Shabbos. You should be at the gym. Maybe you should be out at lunch with some family or some friends.
That's your opinion, respectfully.
Well, what are you doing today, Lou Jizz Tickles? Because everything you say on here is some kind of AI schizophrenic rant. And what are you going to do anything for the campaign to elect John Kitover, Lou Jizz Tickles?
Thank you, David. I don't have to answer that. But I'm working.
Oh, you're working on being David's little accomplice here?
Okay,
I'm not answering.
Why the personal attack? It doesn't elevate the conversation.
Well, why do you allow David a presence on a stage when it's clearly not helping him?
Well, I have a question. Why do you allow John on the stage?
Why do you allow Lou Jizz Tickles on stages?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
That's a fair question.
Because I like him. That's my honest answer. He's a good guy.
Ooh, you hear that, Lou Jizz Tickles? He likes me. My God, he likes me.
What's your answer for me, Norm?
I'm not sure I know you, but you haven't done anything to offend me.
I would never offend you. I've been following you for years.
Well,
He never follows me back.
I don't know you.
well, Lou, Norma, give Lou a positive affirmation.
Well, let's ask Lou Jizz Tickles. Lou Jizz Tickles, do you love the state of Israel and do you love Jews?
I love Jews. I wouldn't say I love the state of Israel.
Why don't you love the state of Israel?
It's a complicated question. I'm not sure I love any state.
He doesn't have to answer that question.
You love your built a fish or corned beef sandwiches? With bacon?
No.
Well, then you're an anti-Italian.
Okay. I do love Chompies though. It's a great
You know, Egal down in the chat really apparently wants to come on stage. Egal, if they're not going to bring you up, why don't you just write in the chat?
I would bring him up.
Oh,
He
okay,
doesn't
great.
have his hand raised. Yeah, come up, Rizal. I like you and miss you. Good job. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Sir. Sir.
Egal, what's up? Yeah, what are you thinking, Egal? What do you want to say about the Israeli government?
That he has no strategy.
So he's just playing a chess game with no strategy?
The war, the declared objectives of the war, releasing the hostages and demilitarization of Gaza State could be reached many months ago by a deal. But seems that some fraction which leads to the government have another objectives beyond those two of replacing dismantling Hamas and releasing the hostages.
So because there was never and never will be a deal on the table that Hamas will agree to demilitarize. They repeat it over and over again. They can I speak? There was never a deal that Hamas agrees to put down their arms. Never there was, never there will be. In fact, they said the exact opposite. They said that they are willing to not govern Gaza because they are not fit to govern Gaza because they are a terror organization, but they want to stay as an armed resistance force. Basically, kind of like, I don't know, Hezbollah, that they are not the government of Lebanon, but they want to stay. So, that's important, and if you believe that Hamas offered at any point to demilitarize himself, please show me your sources. According to my knowledge, yes, they did offer this. Please show me your sources. Please show me your sources. Yes, I will look for source for you. And not that they are willing to step down. Not that they are willing to step down from governance. They are willing to put. Yes. Yes, they definitely were ready to disarm for the end of the war. Show me. Okay, I will. Thank you. Okay, we don't need to wait because that will never happen. So we can move on with the conversation. Okay, I listen. If you guys claim to believe in democracy, then I expect you to vote. I don't think it's reasonable that you come in this room and you don't participate in one of the most democratic rooms on Clubhouse. You have the opportunity here to express your vote, express your opinion about where the new Palestinian state should be. So please use the poll at the top. If you haven't updated your version of Clubhouse, please go to the app store and update it so that you can vote in the election. France has recently said they're in favor of a Palestinian state. Please vote in our poll of where you think the Palestinian state should be. You have many excellent options, so please take a moment and express yourself in the vote. I didn't vote because South Africa is not there, and I think that South Africa is the one that is leading the charge, the legal charge. And you know, Africa is kind of huge, and there are many places also close to the beach or whatever. So I would like to add South Africa as, I think, one of the best options. Okay, we can run another poll. If enough people vote in this one, then we can.
Can you put Jordan in there? Because I've been to Jordan. I've seen Palestinian towns and cities that have sprung up in Jordan, and there's a network there. There's plenty of land. There's plenty of resources. Plenty of construction opportunities. Jordan is the place to send these people, and the king of Jordan will have to relent and allow this to happen. This is where they should go, in my opinion, and maybe Egypt and other places. But give them two options. Give them three options. They have to go. They can't continue living like this. Have you seen these photos of these aid distribution sites and the swarms and the crowds? Where are these people living? And what is the problem with going in there now and start removing?
Because no one actually accepted. There are many Gazans that actually vocalized that they want to leave Gaza Strip, but there's no one that opened their border. In fact, I heard that in France there was like a legal case, and the court decided that Gazans are eligible to become refugees in France. And this is actually, I think, the first Muslim country that I know that is opening their gates to Palestinians.
I think this is when Marine Le Pen will gain 90% of the votes of the French people. But good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, El Normo. I just wanted to add something because at least across here in Italy, the discussion has been pretty heavy on the media about this idea of genocide, and I've been obviously saying that it's not a genocide, it's a war, and a war has casualties. There was recently one of our member of parliament, she's a senator, her name is Liliana Segre, and she's a survivor of the Holocaust. And she was trying to explain that the word genocide in itself brings a lot of hatred. And I completely agree with her because wanting to label this as a genocide will carry a great deal of hatred towards Jewish people. So I just wanted to point out that I've been trying to talk to many people, and including members of my own family, about the fact that, for example, during the Second World War, the United States dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan and killed civilians, but nobody was calling it genocide of the Japanese people by the Americans. It was the end of the war, and luckily it ended. So, I mean, it's a war, and a war unfortunately affects civilians like it did in the Second World War. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Paola.
Grazie a te, Norma.
Listen, they're never going to drop the charges of genocide because it's a political communication. And, you have to call them out for what they are, which is ruthless propagandists. I mean, I like that former speaker, the Christian Lebanese guy, but he's pretty slow with the responses, and everything is a slow walk and a deflection. He has no position at all that supports Israel or the Jews. He believes in destroying Hamas, which for him would be a controversial take in Amir's room. Second, he believes in a period of demilitarization, and then third, a period of rearmament with military-grade weapons to give the people of Gaza a military. Did you hear him ever even once talk about rebuilding condos, homes, and the whole place is destroyed? No. He again, that's why I say he's a self-centered narcissist. He believes in remilitarizing and giving them weapons again. So if you want a liberated and a free Palestine living next to a free Israel, they have this attitude where we want an equal military to you, and if we make incursions or strikes on you, you can't come back and fight us again, because now we got a bigger. You see this insane cycle of violence that these people essentially have in their psyche? To me, the fact that we would spend 2 to 3 hours talking to this guy and have him just bullshit you is, to me, I know why you're doing it, to essentially get to the truth, but I hope my analysis is accurate. Thank you. I am complete. They're not interested in breaking the cycle of violence. That's what's happening.
Pro-Palestinians are not really pro-Palestinians. It's a misleading term. It's anti-Israel. They are using the Palestinians as a weapon, and they don't. This is why no one is advocating or calling for. When the Ukraine war started, all the women and children of Ukraine fled, and almost still didn't say open the gates, at least let the women and children go. Because the more dead in Gaza, this is the Hamas incentive, this is the pro-Palestinian incentive. It brings more support to the pro-Palestinian cause, which is the anti-Israel cause, and it defends Israel, it legitimizes Israel. Even right now with the Salvation campaign, this is what Hamas is doing. He is using the Palestinians in order to make the world pressure Israel to stop the war. This genocide claim, the ethnic cleansing, all those things are fabricated in order to push Israel to stop the war because they cannot win Israel militarily, only with international pressure. The thing is, what the world doesn't understand is that perception is important, but it's not the most important. Our lives are more important.
Well, I mean, that Israeli Times article of them photographing that young man in the tunnel, making him dig his own grave and taking that photograph, I mean, that is beyond sick. And if the IDF can find out where he's at, I mean, I know it's difficult to go through tunnels, but I mean, if they have that location, I mean, I don't know why, it'd be amazing if they could save that young man's life. It's very sick.
It's hard because they said that if the IDF would get close, they would execute it. And I see the so-called pro-Palestinians, they don't care about the Hashid. They actually, not only do they not care, they support either bringing them in body bags, this is what I see people say, or just keeping them. When I even speak to Edward, which I thought at the beginning that was like a legitimate person, he's like advocating for why would they release it? You should release this. They need them. Like, this is like a person that used to be a human being.
Who are you referring to?
Edward. I used to speak to him and I actually thought that he's one of us, like a human being. But I think too much time in Amir's room and like the problem is that there's so much propaganda and hate and demonizing Jews has been normalized that he doesn't see the shift in the way that he speaks. He's now calling Hamas a resistance group. When he sees them as like, he's not calling them a very terrible things, oppressing the Palestinians, executing them, shooting them in the kneecaps or whatever. No. As long as they are like fighting Israel, then they are legitimate in their eyes. They're like, I'm sorry, this is not humane behavior.
So I was
This is the moral of the pro-Palestinians. Every time I go to Amir's room, I never go on stage anymore. But it reinforces me to see what they need to do. It's all lies. Even the story that we started here with Morty, it's all about spreading lies. Lies, manipulation, deception, hate, propaganda. I suggest no one will go on stage because it's like without vaccination, without proper vaccination, it's really like swimming in the sewage system.
It's very toxic. Yesterday he had an Indian.
Can I challenge that point of view, Dana?
Sure. Try.
I think where necessary, facts need to be brought to the table. And there were, like yesterday, I don't know what. They were talking about the Ben Gurion Canal, right? I think it was. Is that what's the name of it? I actually have a map that shows where it is, and when it was designed, it was to be between Ashdod and the Gaza border, because that was Egypt at the time. So.
Yaakov, you're so sweet, and I wrote you also in the chat.
I saw that.
You write. Hold on. They're saying, and again, the room is about deception, hate, propaganda, and fabrication. And you and I really think
Hold on, one second. I gotta take this call.
Okay. It's so sweet because even when he wanted to correct me, he's right. Facts do matter, and he's trying to put facts. I used to go on stage and try to have like a debate, but it's pointless. They just make stuff up. And Yaakov is correct, of course, facts important. The most important, truth is what we should be looking after. I'm just saying that Amir's room and the Amir crowd, the pro-Palestinian crowd, they're not interested in passion in challenging their thoughts, in knowing the truth. They want to hear voices that will reconfirm them. And unfortunately, there are enough voices, not just from radicals, like, I don't know, resistance or me or even Edward or like whatever. It's like, you know, you and this and special rapporteur this, like, they are clinging to something, but this room is not about nuances or facts or truth. It's about, as I said, hate, deception, propaganda, hate again, humanizing, violence, and again hate. It's a lot of hate.
Yeah, Daniel, it's the opposite of bringing facts to the table, isn't it? Because if they want to bring facts to the table, then they should be honest about all of them, not just like ones that make Israel look bad, you know. And there's one big fact in all of this, which is that Hamas started this war. That's the biggest fact of all, and most of them don't want to acknowledge that, despite what happened on October 7. You know, that's a fact, and the war didn't begin. It wasn't random. You know, it was a planned terror attack. So if they want to, they should be starting. The starting point, that should be the starting point, right? And if they skip over that fact, then they're not actually dealing with facts to begin with. They're just pushing a narrative. That's the problem.
And sometimes it's like even a brainstorm room. So one person will come up with a story that he literally just made up, and others will add to this. They probably did this. I see what they tell about me. Okay, they will just make shit up. Everyone will say, Daniel was just in a different room supporting the death of children, and they're like, oh my God, yes, Daniel is this. Like they just make shit up, and I have like different standing for people that I consider intelligent and with a sense of humanity, like maybe it's hidden, to like the thugs and the bullies and the idiots. And even the intelligent or the so-called intelligent people are silent when all those lies are being. They don't say, like, you know, when someone else says something, we correct it because truth matters. Then it's not about truth, it's about narrative, it's about agenda. And it's about spreading hate to Jews. And they work in it literally 24/7.
That's why I put a link to the map, because the maps don't lie. That was literally the plan.
Maps don't lie. Are you kidding me? Maps are inaccurate all the time.
That was the design. That was the design.
I understand. I'm saying, I didn't say that facts don't matter. You went to the phone. Facts do matter. Truth is the most important thing. But I'm saying that in a newsroom, facts don't matter. And you writing it in chat, I guarantee, okay, and I will put money, that 0 people click the link, and 0 people even address what you were trying to say.
One
like,
person
it doesn't matter.
I know. If one person clicks on it, then it's a win.
I could. And it's not. But not even one person would change their mind. And
Okay, that's the point. You don't have data to prove.
No, it's not a fact. Even if Shapeshifter, and he will speak now, read the link, he never said, hey guys, what you said is like, no one is confronting them, because if you're going against the narrative, then you are automatically labeled as a Zionist, Jew, whatever. You cannot, this is like why many Muslims will not say that Hamas is a terror organization. There's this silence of acceptance, of not calling out, and this is where we are different. Yaakov, we are not the same. We do challenge, we do seek the truth, we do ask for transparency and accountability. We do ask for from our own people, from our own government, from our own IDF. We want people to be prosecuted if they make crimes, not to turn them into heroes or to give them excuses.
Yeah, Daniel, I went into Amir's room once, and I was kind of speaking on the back channel, but I didn't actually go into the chat. And I didn't say anything particularly, you know, specific. And, you know, what I heard in that chat, I was like, can I possibly go in there? They were like, literally, like, being outright, like, anti-Semitic to people. They called me a son of a bitch. They said how much they hate. Yeah, it was like, what do you mean by that? It's not, do you think that's a, hold on. Do you think that's a mature way of dealing with it?
No, it's not nice.
So why are you undermining that point?
No, I don't mean to.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were speaking. I know you're joking. Alright, yeah,
this is the reason why Palestinians are suffering, because there is an inability, and who was it, Shape earlier, a while ago, you were saying we need to increase the peace talks, increase the diplomacy or something like that. But they are not interested in diplomacy. There's nobody who wants to come to the table. They have said repeatedly that they will not accept peace with an Israeli nation. And so, because we cannot enter the realm of conversation, because we have left the realm of diplomacy, then war is inevitable, right? So what I say to them, Tobias, when they start yelling and screaming and moving me to the audience and proving to me that they're unwilling to engage in respectful discussion, I try to make this point. I say, look, the mentality that you guys are expressing right now is the reason why the innocent Palestinians, the babies and the women and blah, 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 that's why they are suffering, because we cannot enter the realm of discussion, and neither of us are willing to budge on the conflict. Then the only option left is war or armed conflict or fisticuffs, and I'm complete. I'll end it there.
No, you're right, man. Sorry, I thought you were somebody.
I was just joking.
I know who you are. I know who you are. I thought you were somebody beneath.
No, you said,
but yeah.
You said in a very British manner. They called me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I know. Director, I know. We've spoken a million times before. I know who you are. I thought you were somebody else, but yeah, no, he acts like he's standing for people like him. They act like they're standing for some sort of treat position, but I just think that the way people like him treat people in his rooms just kind of it shows something very different. So especially, yeah, very, very rude. Yes. I'm gonna speak like Christopher Hitchens.
In Amir's room.
People are dying, suffering, and grieving. Okay, I'll stop now.
In Amir's room, he had an Indian on there 2 days ago, and I live stream his rooms every night onto YouTube, and I report him to the FBI. And he had this Muslim Indian who said he would rather defend India and fight Islamic terrorist bastards like yourself, Amir. And Amir, this was the roast of Amir, and honestly, I couldn't stop laughing because Clownhouse in reality has a way to bring the opposite of your position into direct conflict with yourself all the time. And this was like a perfect example of the universe, spitting back into Amir's eye, spitting the racism back. Amir is a very sick old bastard. And, I know we don't like to do personal attacks here, but that room is a breeding ground of potential terrorists and terrorist supporters. And the best way to interact with that room is never to come up on stage and never speak with them. Just record their hate, publish it, notify the Jew Hate Database, notify AIPAC, notify the AJC, notify Netanyahu, notify the IDF. Publish these evil hate speech mongers who spread death and terrorism. They are sick, deranged people living in their little cubbyholes. And in my opinion, the Department of Homeland Security should find where they live in California or Detroit, kick their doors in, arrest them, and 5150 them, or charge them with domestic terrorism and spreading propaganda and hate speech and death and potential acts of terror and murder. So that is the best way to deal with these people on this app. It's not to platform them, it's not to censor them, it is to record them, identify them, and have them arrested for crimes.
I love those sound effects.
What sound effects?
You didn't hear any of them? Are you guys not hearing the flyer anymore?
It should be on YouTube, you don't need to file.
Wow, I didn't know that. I've been just doing silent sound effects in my own ears for my own pleasure.
No, you enjoy the sound effects for yourself.
Does anyone notice something about the poll at the top?
What about? I'm afraid if I update the app, I'm going to lose
No,
my
it
account.
adds up to 102%.
You will not lose your account if you update your app.
Is it going to Norm? Is it going to log me in automatically, or am I going to have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just update the
All right, I'm
It's not
trusting
bad,
you
you're
in a
good.
major way.
Okay. From
Yeah,
a
you can get the polls that add up to more than 100%.
from a record.
Most people think that it should be in Paris, France.
Yeah.
Well, that's punitive, obviously.
Does the math add up to 100? Because it looks great. And
No,
proportional.
they're rounding each vote separately, and then it goes up to more than 100.
And more.
We learned this in high school.
Proportionally is is 2/3 of 40%. The bar should be a lot shorter.
You know, going back to Amir's room, you do realize he says that he will issue personal fatwas and that he will identify you as a kafir. So his fallback is always Islam and the Ummah, and so how do you deal with people like that who are willing to always keep going lower, and then the final bastion is Islam, and how do you argue with all or nothing people like that? I don't think you can.
The government should take care of it. It's a
Religious cleric to but I'm not.
Yeah, I think Amir in his grandiosity thinks he is a cleric of some sort. And, I've recorded his room daily for months now, and the guy is insane in my opinion, and he's a real scummy little bastard.
He's not insane. He's doing it very knowingly. It's not insanity. It's a plan. It's not the only person doing it. It's like basically this jihad that they're doing is the Jihad of Israel. Each one is doing their parts. The Yemenis are throwing the rockets, and what he can do is this: basically open a room every day with a group of idiots and spread hate and lies and fabrication. That's his role in this.
If it's jihad, you say that the government should, the thing is, obviously people you openly support or enable, want to enable groups like Hamas should be absolutely investigated. And I would say, arrested on the.
That's the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they are very careful not to pass this line. But those people are like sleeper cells. They can be easily radicalized and activated to do crimes at the end. Against the United States and against Jews.
Absolutely. The problem is, I think, Western governments they're just too weak in essence to act decisively on this stuff. And obviously that comes from political fears about being labeled certain things like bias, etc., leading to tolerance of these sort of extremist views. But it's dangerous propaganda. I agree. I think people like him should absolutely be investigated.
It's like this tolerance to intolerance. That is the problem. If we are tolerant to intolerance, that is like self-destructing ourselves.
Massively, yeah.
I'm sorry, what country is he talking about?
The Western governments.
What are we talking about?
Which country are you talking about?
Country.
No, we're talking about people like Amir who openly support and want groups like Hamas to enable, and the lack of people like him being investigated as a result of the Western government that he lives in, that is often too weak or hesitant to act decisively. Do you understand?
Well, I hope so they will wake up before it's too late for them.
What's hard to understand, Dave?
Well, I heard with all due respect, the people that represent the more liberal part of your country, I don't know, it's funny, but they actually are pro-Hamas. So, what do you say about those people?
I can't tell. What's funny is that I cannot tell if you are inebriated or inarticulate.
I was asking him a question, sorry.
Why not both?
Wait, so repeat your question, sorry. Why is
The
the
Labour Party has made it very clear that they're pro-Hamas, so
None of Hamas.
that's what I was asking you, what is your position on that?
About them not being pro-Hamas, they never said that.
Yeah, I was asking, I was asking him.
Lady governments in the UK, yeah?
Yes, the UK is a government, and yes, the Labour
Yeah, I think there's definitely
country,
shit out there,
and the Labour Party, there's a lot of Labour people who are pro-Hamas, so I'm asking you, what is your position?
Yeah, okay, I'll answer that. I think the first thing to point out is that even if they don't
States call Hamas what it actually is, a terrorist organization, and tolerating members of supporters who actually praise that rhetoric, especially after what happened on October 7th. Yeah, I think absolutely he starts to look a bit that way, you know, whether it's, yeah, I would say it absolutely looks that way.
Yeah, you know, it's fair enough, right? But the fact that, you know, Keir Starmer, with all due respect to the Prime Minister, is in the wrong side, right? Because if you ask him about, like, the fact that he's even given the idea that the government would actually say, like, there's a Palestinian state, that's pretty hardcore. I don't know how many people in the UK would actually agree with his statement. Do you have an opinion on that, or no?
Is anybody still awake after that?
Just barely.
I think Tobias is the one that was asked. I don't know if it's asleep or not. Paolo, you want to say something?
I was just impressed with what time is it?
It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question. The UK probably doesn't explain that. Had a stance on being pro-Palestine. Like, would you be pro-Palestine?
Look, like I said already, I think, you know, when the actions of his party, I think the Labour government has been
Okay, I'm sorry this is
Go.
okay, I'm sorry to do this, but like I've talked to people in my friends from London, they do not agree with what his stance is. They don't agree with Labour. Like, obviously, like, if you look at the polling, like, Labour is underwater, so maybe this current stance is not the right stance. I'm just saying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Labour, if I may, Tobias,
I'm sorry, the question.
I used to live in the United Kingdom and I'm basically back and forth all the time. The problem with Labour is not just that, and it's not only immigration. There's also another threat coming up, and it's a new party, which I think is going to be a total failure. But it's a new party headed by the ex-leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn. You probably all know about him. And
That's not my job.
yeah, and this is going to be quite interesting. It's going to be an interesting experiment. I think it will fail miserably, but it will take votes from the traditional Labour, especially the cities where Labour has its strongholds, like, I don't know, Birmingham, Manchester, and places like that. I don't know if you agree with me, Tobias.
So it's a good thing, no? Basically.
For the record, he is
I think
he's admitted it to someone. He actually ran his party based on anti-Semitism, correct?
yes, and the people he's surrounding himself, like Zahara Sultana, she's another anti-Semitic. She's an MP right just now, and yeah, I mean it's a party that will draw a lot of people from Eastern Asian background, mostly Muslims. I would imagine.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of George Galloway, actually, Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, he's really, I mean, yeah.
He's cracking the barrel, basically. Come on, let's face it. I mean, again.
He's got a very troubling morality. He blames the West on everything, criticises Western democracies for everything. It's just reckless and dangerous. I think people like Corbyn aren't interested in they're not interested in real solutions. They're just more invested in being sort of critics, no matter what, you know.
Well, this is happening quite a lot right just now in the United Kingdom. I mean, I haven't seen, mind you, the rest of Europe is not faring too well, but I haven't seen an idea from the left in, I don't know, maybe 20 years. And also this
it's not just weak and confused, they're dangerous, you know, and I think America's seen the same problems with the left, not maybe in obviously very different ways, but the left here, you know, instead of solving problems, they're just sort of, like I said earlier, they're just pushing narratives and ignore sort of hard truths, you know. And yeah, Scotland, I don't know too much about, but I know enough about it. I know they're obviously obsessed with this idea of independence.
Well, that's not gonna happen for starters.
Yeah.
Also, the prime minister before Sweeney, Hamza Yusuf, is the biggest racist and anti-Semite I've ever seen. I mean, if you go on his Twitter, he's insane, absolutely insane. He's married to a Palestinian woman, and he's pushing for Scotland to recognize, I mean, as if Scotland could recognize another state. I mean, that's up to the Westminster government, but he's pushing the Palestinian agenda to the point that it's almost sickening. And I would invite all of you to go and check his Twitter. Don't like it, but obviously you won't. But I mean, just go and check how much hatred is.
Well, with all due respect, like, Scotland voted pro EU, right?
Scotland, yes, predominantly voted for Remain. Yes. Yeah.
They voted to remain part of the UK.
Well, but only but you won 49 with all due respect, right? Correct?
51 counts.
It was very close though, but
Not good enough, as they say.
yeah, but people in Scotland, you know, they have a very, very, very hard position when it comes to what they feel when it comes to the UK.
You know, who were you talking about this gentleman? That's very interesting.
I was talking about the Prime Minister, the ex-First Minister of Scotland, Hamza Yusuf. You might want to check him out. He's of Pakistani origin, and he's had a tirade during one of his speeches complaining that most of the head top jobs in Scotland were held by white people. I mean, not counting the fact that 98% of Scottish people are actually white.
Yeah, I do know a bit about this.
That's why, like, you know, what was happening with the whole migrant situation, and when Tamara was talking about it, I was like, okay, so why don't, if you have like a quote unquote problem, then to send them to Scotland, right? Obviously, didn't go well. That my position didn't go well. Apparently, I don't know.
Yeah, I know Hamza Yusuf has said a lot of bad things about Israel. I didn't know his wife was Palestinian. That's news to me. I feel like I should have known that, but I do know that.
She's Palestinian, yes. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's
Scottish of
unsurprising.
origin.
Unsurprising.
That's okay. That shouldn't matter.
Well, it's quite telling, actually.
Yeah, but with all due respect, it really shouldn't matter. Like, if you represent, whether it's Wales or Scotland or England, you know, your justification is to represent the people of your country, right? So it should be based on that. Like, if there are people in your country that are doing bad things, then, you know, that's up to you to decide that.
I don't know, man. I think, like, if somebody's wife is Palestinian, it's not like
attached to the family and people. I think a personal tie can definitely explain partly why you might feel so strongly or take certain positions. So I think it does matter to an extent.
How do you support terrorism? How do you support murder, lawlessness? How does anybody support these things? I do not understand. You can't just say it's political when you're talking about killing people and murdering people. These are subversive ways at trying to. Blows my mind that people do this on digital communication, but it's even more crazy that people do it in the real world. I mean, does anybody here have any malice that they want to go and kill people, fight people to the death? No, but not people on this stage right now. You go to Amir's room and just listen. Go in there and really listen to what they're saying all night long. These people are projecting homicide. They're doing.
That's true. That reminds me of one of the most important questions to ask a Clubhouse user when you get the chance. Is you ask the Clubhouse user. You ask, "Hey, John, if given the chance, would you kill me? Would you kill me, John, if you could kill me and get away with it?"
And you'd expect this point blank answer?
Yeah,
It's homicidal ideation.
Ask resistance, Jakob. I asked resistance one time. I said, "Resistance, would you kill me?" And I don't have to tell you what his answer was.
Well, I think, yeah, it's just verbal approach of a keyboard warrior. If you met him in real life, he's not going to do anything. He's not going to kill you.
Well, you gotta say,
He talks a good game.
you might be right. The thing is that when you normalize, but Jakob, when you normalize, hold on, when you normalize, wow, my God, can I say one fucking sentence? When you normalize attacking Jews, even as a joke, so yes, one person will say it and others will laugh, the other said genocide, the other one will say Nuke Tel Aviv or Bomb Tel Aviv, there's even a song about it, and then one crazy person goes and does it. That's the problem. No one think with resistance.
He's a criminal.
Yeah, but he's part of it.
He assaults people all the time.
Yes, part of it. He's part of this. Legitimizing that it's a normal thing to say.
No, he's just.
Did you find the
What?
Yakov, you're being naive.
Did I find it?
May I answer, Daniel? Yes. Yes, Daniel, you are right. I want to say that you are right. Yes, I was mistaken.
Just one second.
You asked me.
Relax for a second. I just want to update. My God, can you relax for a second? Can you stop for a second? I want to update the stage of what I understand this. I want to update the stage what I asked you so they can understand your answer. Is that okay with you? That I will tell them what we're talking about? Thank you. So Igor came with criticism to the Israeli side, saying that we could have achieved the objective of the war months ago of demilitarizing Hamas and getting our hostages back. And I told him that it's incorrect. There was never a deal, and there will never be a deal that Hamas will agree to put down their arms. And then he said that he will show me, and now he goes and he.
Yes, okay. You're absolutely right. I was mistaken. Hamas did not
out of the way first.
May I answer?
I want to explain something to you after, yeah.
I think that the objective of completely disarm Hamas is not possible. Very simple. If you want
Why not?
completely, if we end this war without forever.
But it's justified. Do you agree that it's a justified cause? That you will not have a genocide army saying that they want to do seven over again and again and again 1,000 times.
But I think Hamas is very much weaker.
So we should continue. What you're saying.
I want to explain to you guys. I tried to explain this the other day.
But the price, forget that. Just a minute, just one second. The price for the continuation of the way we are going now is one, the death of the hostages. Second, the political situation of Israel in the world is going worse and worse. And actually, politically, Hamas is winning this war because of this policy. And of course, the price of the soldiers who are dying for this cause, which is unachievable.
Going back to what you were saying about the war could have ended months ago, right? Like just replacing Hamas with another group. That, do you understand that's like such a simplification? Let me, okay, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's no simplification because Hamas isn't just like a group that controls Gaza, that they're deeply connected to their people. The government and also like the government and the military, they're deeply connected to these things. So I think changing who's in charge is not an easy process. Like any group trying to make any group taking over would face the same sort of problems. And also the problem isn't just about like who eventually leads Gaza. The bigger issue is that there are big groups there are some groups that refuse to accept Israel's right to exist and keep attacking it until there's a real plan for peace and security, where both sides agree to live without that sort of back and forth violence. There's not going to be a leader or a group that can fix this because Israel will not make deals with groups that continue to support or carry out those sort of attacks. Saying the war could have ended by just simply replacing Hamas, like it's an easy process, that ignores the deeper conflict and what's actually happening there. You know, the realities. You can't ignore that. It's not as simple as that.
But Tobias, don't you agree that Gaza is over and done? That the rulership there, the Hamas, and all the people, that whole area is finished, and it's going to come to a culmination, and there's going to be a mass deportation of these people to other regions. It's over there. That place is being denazified. It's being taken control of. It's over. That will be resolved 100%, and then bigger resolutions will come in the future. But Gaza is finished. All those people have to go, and Hamas has to be destroyed, and all hostages have to be liberated as soon as possible.
Your solution is to ethnic cleansing all Gaza.
I'm not saying kill everybody. That's not. I'm saying they have to be removed. You can't live in rubble, Eagle. There's no plumbing. There's no grocery store. There's no park. There's nothing there. It's over.
I agree that the war is over. I agree completely. The war is over, and it should end by some agreement. Not with any group. With countries like Egypt, Saudi, and other Emirates, and which will take control of Gaza. But
Are you Israeli, my friend?
yes.
Yes. So isn't it true that there are Israeli citizens who are ethnically Palestinian? I mean, you are.
No, I don't think so.
But I've seen.
I don't know what you. I don't know what you.
But I saw a TikTok from some guy who said
I don't know what you mean. I don't know.
I saw a TikTok video from some guy who said that he used to identify as Palestinian Israeli, and then he started identifying as Israeli Palestinian. I read online that
20% of Israeli citizens are descended from the Arabs who initially chose to become Israeli citizens during the creation of Israel. So 20. I have no idea what you're looking about. Well, isn't it true that 20% of Israeli society is Arab, and many of them are Muslim? Yes, of course. So, but you're saying it's ethnic cleansing if the people of Gaza were deported. But it's not ethnic cleansing, it's the cleansing of the Gazawi people, and the Gazawi people is not an ethnicity. It's like, you're from Israel. You live there. Whoa. Is a guy from Israel? Are we normalizing the deportation? Yes, I am. No, I mean, I'm just saying, no, I'm not normalizing anything, I'm just saying, if it was. Chose to live in Israel. I am a very, very strong Zionist. Look, I'm just saying, I read online, maybe I read the wrong thing, but what I read online is that 20% of Israeli society is Palestinian, so I don't see how it could be ethnic cleansing. No, I'm not normalizing the deportation of people. People who want to do it in Gaza, not in Israel. But even if, this is my point, even if the people from Gaza were deported, every single one of them, it still would not necessarily be ethnic cleansing because the West Bank is still there. Wow, bro! All the people of dude! Whoa! 20% of Israeli society, for it to be ethnic cleansing, it would have to be like going door to door and getting all the Arab taxi drivers. Are you saying some ethnic cleansing is okay? You know how sick you are, Shapeshifter? You want people to live in rubble in a wasteland so you can achieve your political ends. Mass deportation will save these people's lives. You use these people as political pawns, as a proxy war for your own political position. You're a sick, narcissistic fuck who likes to see the misery and suffering of other people for your political benefit. I propose a new vote. Do you think Gazans should be deported? Yes or no? Consider that as a vote for this room. Pop it up there if you have any courage. I want to ask you, what is your definition of ethnic cleansing? Let's start from that. What is your definition? Pushing out people from the land is a sort of ethnic cleansing, of course. Come on, grow some balls. Pop it in the polls. Oh, so October 7th was ethnic cleansing. Okay, got it. Thanks, Ego. Pop a vote in there. Do you think Gazans should be deported? Yes or no? Ethnic cleansing is pop the vote in the entire population to change the ethnic makeup of an area, hence the name ethnic cleansing. Do you believe that is what Israel is doing? My poll was better. I hope not, but some people in the Israeli government do want this to happen. Wanting and it actually happening are two separate things. I don't know. I frankly, I don't know what are the objectives of the war now. I don't know. It's called the liberation of your hostages, Eagle. It's called the liberation of your hostages and the destruction of a terrorist army known as Hamas, Eagle. That's the objectives of the war. John, do you think the Gazans should be deported? John, do you think the Gazans should be deported? 100% as soon as possible. Bring them to safe areas in Jordan immediately. Daniel, do you think the Gazans should be deported? I think they should be allowed to leave, and I think they should be allowed to seek refuge if they want, and many of them do want, and many of them, if you have any humanity in you, would want them to have a better life and not live in a terror hub in tents that is completely destroyed. Like, I want to understand what you want. So, one last question. Can I ask you a question? As long as you answer one last question. Okay. Do you think that the Gazans who choose to stay should be allowed to stay? Now, I want to ask you, you've seen Gaza, and ignore the fact that for 20 years Hamas did nothing to improve the sewage system, the water system, the education, like nothing, okay? Not only this, they destroyed this, and if not, a lot of it was destroyed in the war, and if not, this, there are many IEDs planted all over the Gaza Strip, so the Gaza has to be demined, and we need to
Trump's plan to create like a city somewhere for the Gazans that if they want to have a better life, they don't want to be martyrs for the cause, they don't want to now be in rubble for decades and generations, they want a better life. Do you support creating this city to allow any Gazan that wants to live to be able to live tomorrow? And why didn't your side? I asked you a question. I just asked you a question. Okay, and I'm saying, and why didn't your side at any point since the beginning of the war advocate or pressure any government, including the Egyptian government, to open the gates?
What would you do?
Were you asking David or were you asking me?
No, like
I was asking Shay.
if you were the
But David, I was asking Shay a question, and you let him answer.
sorry.
And then speak.
Okay. I think that the Arab states are deeply troubled and hypocritical in this matter.
I wasn't talking about the Arab states. I was talking about you guys, not advocating, not pushing, not pressuring, not doing anything to even say what you want. You, the entire movement. All of you. I tell you why all of you, because I never heard any of you that are advocating day in and day out for many things about the Palestinians. You label yourself as pro-Palestinians, but you did nothing on the actual Palestinians except exploiting them.
Okay, I agree that there's been a lot of exploitation by Arabs and Palestinians. In fact, I've talked to
Pro-Palestinians.
my pro-Palestinians.
Hold on, who's exploiting them?
Hey, David, are you okay if I answer Daniel's question, or would you like to talk? Whatever you prefer.
I'm curious, like.
How dare you, David? How dare you, David?
Would you prefer to talk and have a little cute exchange with
Well, if you say like you're being,
Go ahead.
they are being exploited.
Continue with your exchange with John. John, go ahead, unmute.
Okay, thank you very much, Shapeshifter. Why do you think you call yourself a shapeshifter? Do you think you have like a polarity thing or like a double opinion, a triple opinion? Like, who are you as a man? Do you stand for justice? Do you stand for the law? Or do you support terrorists and murderers?
John and David, can you please let him answer my question and then you can direct the conversation?
He's incapable of answering your question. He's deflecting.
I understand. So let's give him like a minute, and if you see that he's unable, because if you don't give him a chance to answer, then it's hard to determine that he's unable. My question is, why did the so-called pro-Palestinian movement was silent for the last 666 days about anything to help the Palestinians and only exploiting them, specifically about getting them the hell out of there?
Because many of them are fixated on their hate of Israel.
Well, that's not productive.
No, that's honest and true, actually.
But if I was Joe Schmo, like in, like.
John, jump in quick. Go ahead.
Listen, Shapeshifter, I don't know what your wife finds attractive in you because, in my opinion, you're a very weak and effeminate man. And you probably don't have the courage.
Stop with this personal attack, please.
You probably don't have the courage to stand up to Islamic terrorists in your own community.
I'm asking you to stop the personal attack.
She's right here. Would you like to talk to her?
Yeah, put her on the
By
phone.
the way, he calls himself shapeshifter. It's a mockery. It's a mockery of Jews. Because Jews have been accused of being shapeshifters. That's why.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you said it. I heard you.
What?
I heard you say
Wow, that's, El Norma, please stop it with the personal attacks, El Norma. Stop it with the personal attacks, El Norma.
For the record, yes,
I heard it right out of your mouth. That's not personal.
Come on, man. Like, come on. That's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's actually somewhat
Not that
funny.
funny.
That's
You were asking us
ridiculous.
because I heard you.
I can
Yeah.
hear you smiling through
We
your
can
little
play the gaslight game as well.
Whoa.
I can hear you
Somebody
smiling.
just threw a whole lot of gasoline on you, Shapeshifter.
What'd you say?
He's smiling through this smirky little
Whoa.
smirky.
Whoa.
Yeah, I can hear
Wow. Great tropes, Shapeshifter. You're so funny with your tropes. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, John.
There is something they say about Jews. It's a direct Jewish,
I didn't know that. I didn't know
you
that.
know that. You
I
said
had
it.
no idea.
You say it.
I had no.
I heard you say it.
There's no way. There's no way.
Hey, shapeshifter, when is it time to stand up for justice, the law, humanity, and not support and deflect for terrorists, potential terrorists, murderers, lawbreakers, agents of chaos, death, destruction, terrorist holders? When do you stand up for Jewish Israeli hostages who are being forced to take photos while they dig their own graves and they beg for their life? Free the Can I hear you say free the hostages now? Can I hear you say free the hostages now? Say it louder with me. Free the hostages now. Free the hostages now. Say it louder, shapeshifter.
Your mic's not picking it up for you.
Say it louder. Free the hostages now, shapeshifter. Louder so I can get it for the sound clip, shapeshifter. Louder.
John, I don't know. You're being weird, John. Okay, so here's the first thing. John, I think it's problematic that you've called for the deportation of Gazans and free the hostages. Free the Jewish hostages immediately. And John, I think it's problematic that you've called for the deportation of all Gazans. That is very problematic. Both of those things,
But you agree that Hamas should free the hostages now. That's a great, that's progress on your part, shapeshifter. Congratulations.
Can we get some progress on you thinking that deporting all Gazans is bad? Just for your channel, for your 3 followers.
Maybe I'm just a random guy on the internet that doesn't support terrorism and murder and hostage taking, unlike you and Amir and all your terrorist supporting and potential terrorist friends.
John, the FBI, tell the FBI that you think all Gazans should be deported. Tell them. Send them a clip of you saying that.
Why do the FBI think it's illegal to think like this?
No, I think the FBI should have the context of John's video.
What is the point? Why would the FBI be involved in someone's opinion about whether Gazans should stay Catholic or not? No, you gotta imply that it's illegal to think like this.
No. I think the FBI might not want to know something about the person that's sending them all these videos. But you're right. They shouldn't investigate. Forget the I in FBI. It should be called the FBI.
Yeah, the FBI should not investigate Amir and his terrorist supporters and potential terrorist room that you take part in, Shape. The FBI should not be investigating you or Amir, and they shouldn't be concerned with what people are saying on Clown House, which constitutes law breaking, criminal terrorism supporters. You're breaking the law doing what you're doing.
The Federal Bureau of Drug. John, will you openly renounce and reverse your position on the deportation of all Gazans?
See, this is the difference between you and me. I want to save lives. I want these people's lives saved. I want them brought to safety. Where they're at is very dangerous. We need to get hundreds of thousands of them out in a mass deportation event as soon as possible and bring them to safety in Jordan.
With all due respect, are you pro-Gazan?
John, say it louder.
Yes or no? Are you pro-Gazan? Yes or no?
Can we put a vote in the room?
You can say yes or no. Why is it such a simple thing? It's just so simple. Either you're yes or no.
I say save the Gazans, bring them to Jordan, and liberate and save the hostages as soon as possible. You come on here and waste everybody's time, shapeshifter. If you were king of the world, shapeshifter, what would you do for we the people?
Everybody's time.
So your answer is no.
Your so-called funny jokes.
Okay, let the record show.
Some of them are actually funny. Most of them are not, which is why I use the term so-called. Go ahead, John.
You're just a shapeshifter. You got opinions on both sides of the fence. You got no position because you're on one side of the fence. I'm on the pole here doing a yoga pose. You waste everybody's time with your bullshit. And I bet your wife doesn't appreciate the fact that you're on a stupid social audio chit-chat app for fucking kids. Your wife is probably like, what's wrong with my husband? Why is he on this fucking stupid app all day long? Get a life, loser, and love your life. Love your wife.
As opposed to you. Hear that silence, John? That's your brain trying to figure out what to say. It's hard, isn't it?
I'm just saying, when somebody brings the roast, I appreciate that you can take it at least.
What do you think my wife would think of you who sits there recording 5 phones in parallel with
She's probably wondering why you're now in my recording for like 2 hours. Like, what? My husband's a loser. On a Saturday, he's wasting his fucking time talking to some loser recording him on a fucking app? What a loser my husband is.
Let's stop, John. Stop trying to yourself. What do you think she would think of you right now?
Listen, my opinion of myself is more important than what your fucking wife's opinion is of me, you fucking you strugach, you loser shape.
I completely agree, and I share your view on
I want to talk the personal thing. John is taking his own idea. Nobody serious wants to deport anybody. Nobody wants to expel anybody. Obviously, Jews hold ourselves to a higher standard of morality than the people we're fighting in Gaza now, who are committing war crimes every second. I'm talking about Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and any other terror group that we're fighting right now. However, if people want to leave a war zone, they should be permitted to do so and not threatened with weapons the way Hamas threatens people.
I agree. I agree. I'm glad you're not taking the John deportation angle.
Well, he's playing.
I'm entitled to my own opinion. I'm an American, I'm not Israeli, and I'm not Jewish. My mother is gorgeous, okay, Sheikh? So this is my personal opinion. Fuck around and find out. Terrorists should not be supported. They should be shat on and shot at. Kill or be killed, in my opinion, with these people.
Are you going to include that in your video?
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, whether or not he's Jewish.
Where do we go from here next?
But yeah, it's up to you.
I have a question, for Daniel.
Sheikh, I got a question for you. If you were president of the world, king of the world, what would you do for the Palestinian people, and what would you do for the Israeli people?
That's actually a really good question. Man, I'm the king of the world, but I would ask the shape either. Okay, fine.
Good question.
That's a really good question, John. Your recording device is real close to the mic while I try to.
I think it's not a great question.
Sorry, David. Please accept the thing.
Please make the question and the chat. Go ahead, David. Answer the question.
No, it's somebody directed at you, Shape.
As somebody who understands like the back and forth, like it's trying to be nice. But the answer is not to say like this question is it's amazing. That's not the answer. No offense.
I'm trying to make sure you're done answering the question.
Well, I mean,
Okay, let's hear Shape's answer.
okay, sorry.
Get it, Shape.
Rewrote an football. He was that exceptional.
Oh, we guys are. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, John left the room.
That held you back from a good answer.
Yeah.
I would say like I have a better question, but
Go ahead.
No, hold on. He's answering this good question, then you can give a better.
no, I choose not to.
And
Accepted the challenge. I want actually.
he's
That's a
also
great
a
question.
minority owner of my beloved Birmingham City.
Okay, so I think the question, if I recall it, was like, if I was king of the world, what would I do for the Israelis and the Palestinians? Is that it?
Yeah, Palestinian people and the Israeli people.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. First thing that I would do is spend a considerable amount of time recognizing the legitimacy of both sides' causes. It's the first thing I would do. I'd spend a lot of time.
Sorry, I think
Wait, what does that mean in actual terms?
Like talking about it and getting that out there in the narrative.
but I think like
Okay, can you let him?
no, man.
David, please.
Yeah, but no, man. Okay.
Let
shut the fuck up, you're ruining my recording.
That's true. I was
King of the world. Hit it.
Okay, the first thing I would do is
I started off a conversation here with my good friend Royfield, who I think he's one of the most beautiful, kindest people that this app has ever introduced us to.
In front of the world, directing those that are in my. So I'm a king in this hypothetical. Is that right? Okay, you said I.
Yeah, you're an autocrat. You can do whatever you want. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
And
You answer to anybody.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares.
And I would just keep repeating that point over and over to make sure that that was known as the opinion, the official opinion of the crown.
Okay.
Okay.
But there is no crown. No offense.
Come on, David, be quiet.
I'm trying to be nice.
The second thing.
Silent.
The second thing I would do is talk a lot about the dangers of talking about the past.
So the first point was acknowledging both causes, right?
Acknowledging the legitimacy of both peoples. I wouldn't even say
And we wanted to be correct. So he ended up going into Canadian football. We're thinking really, really well. And then years later, the sentiment changed to the NFL. They brought him over. And even though he was like burned a bunch of prime years in Canada, he comes over. I remember watching him one Sunday afternoon. He goes for over 500 yards at a time.
Someone's going to say, yeah, I think
When quarterbacks, if you throw for 300 yards.
I'm going to make a proposal. I don't like this, but I'm going to make it anyway. Can we move David down for about 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah, I wish I could, but yeah.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Did you already do it?
That's not nice. That's not nice.
It's forgotten.
Just stop interrupting.
I'm trying, but with all due respect, what he's saying is.
With all due respect, I'd like to vote yes. Put David in the goo.
No, the next item on his agenda, I thought.
Go for
Okay,
it.
Jacob, I was trying to help him. I was trying to be nice.
It's a shame that in any conversation with great quarterbacks, Warren is always
David, wait. What's the
I
next
think he
item?
does actually need help.
Okay, David, stop. What's the next item?
The next item on the agenda is to just simply declare that I'm actively working on a two-state solution. We're no longer debating this. It's no longer debated. There will be a two-state solution. We're not going to look and
Can
extend
I ask you, with all due respect, can I ask you how?
No.
All right, hang on. Hold on to your questions, David. So, okay, I don't know. Do we know if either side wants a two-state solution? Has anybody?
I'm a king. It's my way in this hypothetical.
We already have a king in
David, please. David.
Come on.
Thank you. Take a break for a bit. Drink some water, please.
Okay, so then I'm like, okay, there's going to be a two-state solution, and that's the way it's going to be. The third thing I would do, and I don't really mean this as third, like I suppose this could be simultaneous to the other things. I would completely remove all non-nation-based, like all these terrorists and militias. I would actively remove them. And use force if necessary. Obviously, it's necessary in many cases, but they would be actively removed.
That would be like Hamas.
Hezbollah, whatever long list of terrorist groups exist, it would be on.
But also, he's talking about like people like in the U.S.
No, I think we're talking about it in Israel.
The fourth thing I would do is.
If I was him, I would be talking about the U.S. as well.
The fourth thing I would
Ask
do.
that question next.
The fourth thing, there's one more thing, and is I would challenge all Arab nations. Um, I would challenge them to be more active forces for being part of the solution versus what they have been doing historically.
David, mute up, please.
And so this idea of not granting Palestinian citizenship because they believe in some kind of that this is helping the Palestinians, I'd immediately overrule that and say any and all Palestinians that would like to be citizens of other countries can do so immediately. And I actually would create a somewhat right of I would create an automatic citizenship process for a certain class of Palestinian refugees that who can choose to invoke the automatic citizenship in whatever countries they may be in. Those are four things.
This automatic class, is that the group that was alive in 48 or their descendants? Like,
yeah, I haven't thought through that because I'm just kind of thinking on the fly, but it's a good question. I would create some kind of association to the group that had some kind of lineage back to 48. You know, I need to shut that a bit, honestly.
Joins us now.
The directional concept is automatic citizenship.
No offense, but that makes sense. So I'm willing to hear your perspective to make it make sense. But as a New Yorker, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are gonna be like, what is this guy talking about? No offense. But I'm willing to hear it. Again, it makes no sense.
I think it's troubling having David on stage, especially.
Play the game. It's going to take you a long time to get good at it. Japan's very good at it. Dominican Republic is very good at it. There's some places around the world that are very good at baseball, but it's because they've been doing it now for decades.
okay, why the fuck are you playing with them?
Because they do not want me involved in the splash song.
Oh, okay, just asking.
I'm acting as a lifeguard.
So I'd just like to point out to you, I would like to point out to you, Shapeshifter, that when given a leadership position as king of the world, you gave the most lackadaisical, pathetic response I've ever heard. 4 simple little bullet points. I'd like a rehash and a compression of what you just said. Please, tell us what you just told us, Dr. Shape. Thank you very little.
I don't know why you're watching. Amazing. But I think it's the learning curve for baseball. And then for football.
He wants the Palestinians to have a state. I heard what he said.
And the Jews to have a strong and prospering homeland.
Right.
Where is
And if any Jew was running from any Arab country, then they deserve to have their whatever they were, whatever they had confiscated or whatever they lost. Of course, you would be in favor of them.
I'd like that. That'll be item number 5. I'd sign off on that.
Can I have number 6, King?
Yes, sir.
Which would be, right, if this all went into place and there was truly, quote, peace and 2 countries side by side, and the Arab countries recognize Israel.
Yeah, that's another fantastic one, yes.
I mean, you gotta lock that shit down.
That's huge. I'd like that.
Well, it's on paper, so who knows what it actually means. But
well, that kind of is implied in my first one, but you've made it.
It really, I don't, to be honest, it just says you recognize, as king, you're like...
No, I would lock it in. Yeah, you're right. I'd lock it in 100%. In fact, I might go as far as...
I would go as far as saying, if you don't do this, there will be no 2-state solution. You gotta do this first.
No, it's gonna get done, because I'm king, and whatever the king says happens. But I'm trying to well, if I'm king and someone's actively speaking against it, what's my position? Like, am I just gonna let them do that, or am I gonna get...
Dungeons, you have to...
Potentially.
Yeah.
Look, there will be... Look, it wouldn't be an automatic dungeon thing, but dungeons could be in play for anyone that's trying to undermine the peace process, blow up buses, kill innocent people. I mean, But it's only more than definitely would play for actual terrorists. But people that are actively trying to stall the peace process through clever, covert means, they're not just going to be allowed to walk around on TikTok doing videos. Some of the videos may be taken down politely. By the way, people like Sean would.
Listen, no personal attacks. I'm sorry if I've been making personal attacks, but I'm just trying to test how strong you really are and whether or not you're a prick.
It's one of the things I've never understood. Somebody watched the Oakland A's play a few times. At a faster speed
I think the
without a net.
problem with Shapeshifter's position, Shapeshifter left. Somebody, what happened? Maybe he had to leave and talk to his kid. The problem with Shapeshifter's position is he responded as a reasonable guy. Even though he was king, he was being reasonable. And I think Israel has spent some 70 years or so believing that if we treat our neighbors with dignity and respect and even thoughtfulness and regard, they will respond the same way. And it hasn't really worked very well for us because in many cases they took our reasonable, civilized response as weakness and responded with violence, terror, suicide bombings of bus stops and cafes and discotheques. And October 7th.
Yeah, because that's what they do when they get the chance, right?
Yeah, we talked about manipulation and other things like that.
I don't know what percentage of, I always believed, because I'm like a New York liberal, and I always believed that what Israel believed, if you treat somebody nicely, they'll treat you nicely back. But I don't think we're on the same wavelength with those of our neighbors who are terrorists, however many there are. And so when we try to make a deal with people who are reasonable, and that includes a Columbia professor, I'm trying to remember his name, but he's famous. He was a student of Edward Said.
What up, Scott Jones?
Negotiations. And as far as I know, the most sophisticated and westernized members of this Palestinian Arab group, they do not believe in Oslo. They do not believe in negotiating in good faith. And they are silent when it comes to acts of terror against Israel. So I don't think we even have reasonable Palestinian Arabs on the side of peace, two-state solution, or like a civilized area in which there'd be businesses and hospitals and schools and agriculture and technology. In other words, our vision for a civilized society, what does Soros call it, an open society, is not shared by our neighbors, and we can't sell them on it. So the response of Israel has been, if we can't make a deal with you by being nice, then we're going to be tough. And
baseball, though, unlike football, American football, unlike American basketball, there's no time component. They've now instituted that you have to pitch within a certain amount of seconds, which I don't like that rule either. But it's about outs. And so you can pull a rally together.
That's ruined
These are
baseball.
random acts of terror. And what is the answer to that? Put the people in jail? Beat them up? I don't know. It's a puzzle, and Israel is willing to defend itself either by talking or by fighting. Whatever the
children as martyrs, and I hope I can live more.
One of the greatest comebacks in NFL history nobody got to
Again,
watch,
if
and that's what changed the rules about if a football game's on, you keep it on the network until the game is over. The next show can just wait.
In other words,
but there is a time component. Yes, there's comebacks, but there is if you have a big lead and not enough time, the game can be over. And in baseball, it's never like that until the very
So I'm currently out of the moment, so I can't speak and hear somebody speaking, so I'm just going to say what I have to say and then turn off. But yeah, it reminds me of that. It reminds me of that quote that there will be peace in the Middle East until Palestinians not entry their children or their hatred for Jews. I think this is a problem because basically there's a lot to it, but it basically means that peace cannot happen as long as the next generation is raised with that similar hatred. Right? So education is obviously one of the most powerful things we can do in terms of shaping how children see the world, not deeper. When the kids grow up learning this sort of hate instead of understanding, that hate becomes a big part of their identity. Right? It makes it very hard for them to imagine peacefully people being taught from a very young age to fear. So I think it's Palestinians keep teaching our children to hate instead of being kind and respect. That cycle is just going to be going. And I think it's about teaching values. So I think for peace to happen, both sides of the conflict need to see each other as human beings, but that change would only really start with how the kids within the Palestinian area is raised. And policies that place on teaching their kids about that's empathy and what's that word? Coexistence, yeah, demanding that hatred, that would help create a new generation of peace. This isn't just about ignoring sort of past problems and injustices, but it's also about passing down sort of that sort of hatred as almost like a legacy. So I think that's a big part of the problem. That's what I was.
That was drunk David. We can't. He's drunk at 11:26 in the AM.
No, well, I legit finish the point. It doesn't really matter what your stature is, as long as you can move around that pitch. And since somebody made the point earlier about the constant running that the footballers do, so in an average game of an hour and a half, a footballer will run 5 to 6 to 7 miles. Like they are just continuously on the go, and they're twisting and turning with an explosive speed.
Egypt had it up until I believe 1978 or so, and didn't want it, and so walked away. Israel said, "Fine, we'll leave the people of Gaza there, and we'll make some settlements." Then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon.
Not only was he 5'6" playing in the NBA, he also won the slam dunk contest, which is pretty impressive for somebody 5'6". But more impressive is Muggsy Bogues, who was a starting point guard for the Charlotte Hornets at 5'3", playing against Giants. The reason why he was able to play so effectively is because of his low center of gravity. Stealing the ball from him was very difficult. In fact, I don't know if it still holds, but when he had retired, he had the best ratio of assists to turnover. His passes were very accurate, and I think it's because of the low angles that he was able to deliver his passes in. But 5'3" playing in the NBA, pretty amazing.
I think he played for the Bulls too, right?
I'd have to go look. I mean, his prime years were with Charlotte. He didn't have a super long career though.
He's like the midget of the NBA. So do you think that all of these sports, you know, if we were to cumulate or do a total of all the taxpayer-funded assistance for all the, you know, tax breaks on development or loans for developments of stadiums and all the media distribution, like, you know, if we were to figure out that number, I mean, would people even give a fuck?
I think some people give a fuck. I'd be interested to hear David's thoughts on this.
There are tax breaks for the billionaire owners. That's why they buy those franchises.
Yeah, so Seattle, the people in Washington and specifically King County
David, can I ask you a question? Do you want to grow the debt slowly, or do you want to, do you believe in borrowing more and spending more? How do you feel about the national debt?
John, your tenants are about as subtle as whiplash.
Yeah, don't start with me with that, you know.
Just asking a question, David. Can't you just answer a direct question? Why does it have to be so, contagious or contentious?
Without assuming what I think or what I know and what I'm going to say.
Just asking a question, what you think about the debt and borrowing and spending. It's just a question.
David, as your attorney, I encourage you not to answer.
I'm not trying to trigger you or gaslight you. I'm just asking a question, David.
Yes, I'm answering your question.
I didn't hear you answer anything.
John, why don't you ask Royfield? Royfield's got some interesting thoughts when it comes to public policy.
Royfield,
We're just having a great sports conversation. What's happening here?
I'm asking a question.
John hijacking the test. I thought today's Saturday. I thought I could just have a little coffee, a little marmalade on toast, and relax.
Moose, can I just say yesterday though, when John was speaking and you guys tried to filibuster him and that didn't work. The Exodus, it started with P and then you're like, it's like, okay, I'm out. I want you guys to know that right after you guys left, we continued to pick up the conversation and it picked up steam and everybody was laughing because it was like a group of cartmen saying, I'm going home. That was one of the gayer things I've seen. And I just want it to be known that type of heckler's veto will not stand in these parts.
Good to know. I think it's all our right, though, for solidarity or what have you.
I mean, Moose, you do. Moose, I want to quote Mojo. He said, the fact that he will sit here and listen to you guys have conversations about anything, but you're not willing to listen to hear him have conversations about anything. It's, in a green bean world, that's the way things should work. So when you guys get upset with me and you don't like what I bring up or how I sound or how I deliver, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
Message sent is often not the message received.
Alright, we'll get back to sports. But I want to ask you guys, do you remember Jim Abbott? Does anybody remember Jim Abbott?
I remember Abbott and Costello, but not Jim Abbott.
Jim Abbott played for the Anaheim Angels, California Angels, when he first started playing there. He was the gentleman that had one hand. Do you remember him now?
Negative. Again, I wasn't never a huge baseball fan, but that is fascinating.
So he plays with one hand, and what he would do is he'd keep his glove in the armpit of his nubbed arm.
Yeah. I just see the image in my head. That's right. It's called washing over now. Yeah. How long did he play for?
He didn't have a super long career, but he did have to pitch a no-hitter once in Major League Baseball. And I always used to be really fascinated by him because he had good stuff. He wasn't just a starter. He was like a key starter on his team. Pitching a no-hitter is no easy task, right? But if I were a coach, what I would do is I would test his ability to do the fielding, because once he throws, he has to grab the glove from his nubbed arm, put it on the hand, field the ball, then put the glove back under the into his nubbed arm crevice, and then grab the ball and make the throw. There's some time that it takes to do that. He's very quick at it, but it's not as quick as fielding a ball, grabbing the ball, throwing a ball, right? If I were a coach, I would just instruct all of my hitters to bunt directly to the pitcher, and cause him. I would cause him to field the ball 100% of the time, and maybe it would fail as a strategy. But if I was a coach, especially if I had speed, I would. If I had speed guys, I would just. That's what I would do. I would bunt 100% of the time.
Stupid question, but I'm guessing he had a bit batting.
He played in the American League where they had a designated hitter, so there was always a pinch hitter for all American League pitchers.
That's pretty fucking incredible. I don't think there's been one
You know, I know people use Clown House as like a complaint submission form a lot, so I do want to say that in Chicago, where we have one of the greatest American baseball stadiums, you know, Wrigley Field, there is no parking. Former Mayor Rahm Emanuel sold our parking rights to Abu Dhabi, to a private investment fund, and there is no parking. They have built bike lanes everywhere. There literally is no more parking. So you have to come in on an Uber or public transportation, which is horrible because it's inundated with homeless people and rubbish and crime and murder. A 42-year-old Army veteran was murdered on the train. Moose, I'm not finished. Please hold. Please do not release until I finish. Do not release. And a 42-year-old Army veteran was stabbed to death by a 58-year-old African American man while he was on his way to the airport. And he was a homeless indigent living on the train. The police do not police the trains in Chicago, so if you come to Chicago and you get off at O'Hare and you want to go downtown, you might get stabbed to death. You might get shot. The police have never policed the trains. It's a homeless shelter in the wintertime and in the summertime. Hardworking people go to work every morning, and it's filled with heroin addicts sleeping with bugs all over them, with bed bugs. The trains are inundated with bed bugs. So if you come to Chicago, either you're going to get stabbed, shot, or inundated with bed bugs. Remember that. That's how the mayor runs this town. It's lawless. The police look at their cell phones all day long. So that's my complaint, and thank you for listening. I hope this Clubhouse complaint submission is received with kindness. Thank you all very little.
Jesus, I body count in Chicago. I just did a quick search. 2021, the city recorded 805 homicides during the pandemic.
Yeah, it's trickling down into South Bend. You know that, John, right? The entire Great Lakes area is bug infested by Chicago.
Joe B, it's true. A lot of pitchers do no hitters, but not many of them do it while they're tripping their face off on LSD.
I just read about it, and what's
I know,
interesting.
95 feet.
Hold on. What's interesting? So the guy's name is Doc Ellis. I've never heard this story. It's amazing. So thanks for bringing it up. So 1970. This was a time when pitchers were pretty dominant. It was a good era for pitchers. Let's put it that way. But he did get a no-hitter, but he walked 8 batters, including hitting one of them. So apparently his pitches were so erratic, nobody knew what was coming, and so it worked out for him, in terms of not giving up any hits. But he walked 8 people. That's incredible.
A lot of those pitches are so fast. That's why it's at 95 miles per hour. They rotate into the hit and get themselves knocked out.
It is hard to bunt a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Have you ever bunted a 100-mile-per-hour ball? It is no easy task.
Not so nice to do it with any degree of accuracy.
So when I was playing ball, and I only played until I was about, I think once I turned 18, I was aged out. So I played as a kid, and I was good at bunting. I was fast, and I could lay down a bunt. But the fastest that I would see at that age group, I remember the guys that threw heat, quote unquote, they'd come in at about 85. I could still lay down a bunt. I don't know the answer to how hard it would be to bunt a 95-mile-an-hour fastball because I've never faced one.
Well, when I was on my high school baseball team, our coach was like, we had bases loaded. He's like, step into the pitch. I'm like, what? I'm like, you want me? I'm like, are you fucking crazy? Like, I couldn't believe he was asking me to like get myself hurt for the sake of a fucking run. I was like, no fucking way.
100%. I've been in the dugout serving water to people, and I've heard coaches yell that. I've seen guys walk out with black eyes because they listen to their coaches. But the best play is stepping into a 95-mile-per-hour ball and hitting it solid and hearing that noise.
No, they're breaking it in. It's a process of
Breaking
you know.
it in, yeah. The real question is, does that the outfielders putting the black shadow under their eyes and really deflect the sun? Does that really work?
Do you think there's a gender control in baseball? Because if they had chicks in, lingerie playing baseball, I would definitely go back to Major League Baseball. Do you think that they're like holding women out of baseball?
John, you're in luck. There is a lingerie baseball league and a lingerie football league.
I heard of the football, but I've never seen the baseball.
Is there a Speedo men's team?
There is. It's called Victor's Secret.
Have you guys seen this team that does like these weird dances and choreography, and they'll like do weird things like a backflip before they field the ball or after they field the ball? Like it's like very performative. Have you guys seen these guys?
No, I haven't seen their stuff.
It's pretty weird.
I've seen it on the internet, but not in real life.
I have this book on picture theory, and basically, in my opinion, all communication is spam, including reparations. And when you talk to a person on this app who wants to talk about reparations, in my opinion, it's mostly just political spam. And but I mean, I do like talking about baseball because I used to work at Wrigley Field for ticket brokers. They were licensed by the state of Illinois, and we had a way, we were running macros on Ticketmaster, and they were making millions of dollars a year buying and selling concert and sports tickets all around the country. And they had an office at Wrigley Field, and we would literally go to the day of game window, and we would put down $100 on the right, and then the exact amount for 8 club box on the left. And we would bribe the employee at Wrigley Field who worked for Tribune Corporation, and he would give us reserved club box tickets. We would run those back to our stoop, and we would literally come home with $50,000 in cash from scalping tickets at Wrigley Field legally. And I know Mojo likes talking about free market economics, but that's real. That's an example of real free market economics, but it is still controlled by the state because you have to have like a $600,000 bond to get the license to be a ticket broker or a scalper. But now all that stuff is digitized.
That's still the case now. Does Ticketmaster still sell tickets?
Yeah, absolutely. Ticketmaster is Live Nation now, I believe, or was bought up by Barry Diller. But tickets has always been a huge business, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room enjoy going to concerts and being at live events safely, where you're not subjected to terrorist attacks. And we live in a very polarized and dangerous world. In my opinion, at the moment, you can go on this app and listen to terrorist supporters and potential terrorists talk about homicidal ideation all night long. And to me, I record all this stuff and put it on YouTube because I think I'm doing the cutting edge filmmaking. But I might be just as big a schmuck as the people in those rooms. I don't know. The point is, let's talk about reparations. And welcome to Dr. Mojo's In the Muff.
No.
This whole thing, every time if you accidentally refresh or hit the back arrow, the whole thing practically forces you to vote. You have to X out like 3 or 4 times.
So here's the thing, right? We've got a poll question here. Do you support the U.S. paying reparations to descendants of slavery? Right now, the do not support have it at 67%. Please consider voting.
Where? I tried. It's not working.
Perhaps a better question would be more granular. Do you support? You can just say flat out yes or no, and then if you do support, do you support reparations in the form of U.S. currency? Do you support it in the form of education or property? Just to say yes or no, because honestly, I don't know how the government would ever come up with a figure, and then would everybody have to bring their birth certificates and their DNA history and their 23andMe, except 23andMe is now bankrupt.
Well,
I think what would happen is a couple things. If it were to ever get through, which I don't think it might, I hope it doesn't, but because I think it's a bad idea on many levels. But if it were to get passed, I think the most logical way to do it process to prove that you are a descendant of slave and that you are next of kin. And I think if you did that, then the number reduces to a number where the infighting amongst a community that doesn't receive it would be pretty angry, because families don't always get along. And if the oldest is the asshole of the family, I can see people thinking, "Man, what a terrible idea this was." But here's my advice to anybody that wants to go after the government for this. The biggest resistance is the obvious one, is that people don't want their taxpayers going to pay people that were not a victim of this travesty. So to get around that, I would argue that if I were in that camp, I would not be looking for a cash payment from taxpayers. What I would look for is a settlement where the U.S. government gives government-owned land to the people that can prove that they're descendants of slaves. That way, because 28% of all U.S. land is owned by the federal government. I don't believe they need all that fucking land, and I think that's a better argument, and mainly because it eases the resistance. If you start saying, "Hey, we've got a claim to this," and then we're arguing against the government owning the land, because people don't like the government either. But if you're trying to pass something that's going to impact the taxpayers, I don't think they're ever going to buy it.
Well,
Yeah, look at my whole background. My entire family would get rich. I don't feel like mooching off y'all.
Judy, are you telling us you're black? From a black family? Are you like Steve Martin in The Jerk?
No, I told you read it. My grandson's black, he's adopted. My granddaughter is Hawaiian Polish. My kids are half Irish Hawaiian.
Well, I got news for you. The Irish aren't the ones that are going to get the reparations, huh?
I know.
You do realize that their evidence is solely based on the fact that they believe fiat currency is just an illusion, that you can print up as much as you want, and it doesn't make a difference, and they should be first in line. That is the true premise of their belief, in why they're entitled to it. Not for really any other reason.
And I'm singing, rollin', 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 keep those dollars rollin', roll high, because we keep just printing shit.
Roger, isn't The Jerk with, is that the same movie where there's like these two older black women just sitting on their porch, and they think Steve Martin or one of the characters falls into like a garbage truck by accident, dives into it or something off a bridge, I don't know, and the black women say, look at that, throwing away a perfectly good white boy like that.
I don't know if that's The Jerk or not.
I might be confusing, yeah, but
Yeah.
The Jerk's a classic.
The best scene of The Jerk is when Steve Martin, he can't find the rhythm in traditionally black music, but then he starts listening to jazz, and all of a sudden he's got his toes tapping and his fingers snapping, like he's got you got to watch the scene. But the whole premise of the movie is, in my opinion, it's not racist at all. It's just it takes racial stereotypes and it allows you to see just how fucking silly people are regarding the issue of race. I think that The Jerk wouldn't play well for today's audiences because people don't have a sense of humor, and so I think that the main thing that people should think about is we used to have an opportunity to have levity around these things. We could talk about them. Richard Pryor was good at talking about it.
I was gonna say Richard Pryor, Gene Wilder. Wasn't it Silver Street where Gene Wilder's in the bathroom putting on shoe polish on his face and he's trying to dance and there's this black janitor in the bathroom be like, "Boy, you must be in serious." And the black guy his old black man is teaching Gene Wilder how to dance like a black man in the bathroom. You could never do that today.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think you can pull it off. The only way you can do racial humor is if it has to be an exclusively black cast. It has to be written and directed by someone that's black, and you have to allow their interpretation of what's funny. You can't
airplane, the scene in Airplane where the Leave It to Beaver mother is like, "Excuse me, stewardess, I speak jive." I mean, arguably one of the best scenes in the movie.
Yeah, that's a good scene.
Oh, so Mojo, I wanted to bring up yesterday. I was live streaming Nelson Apega and and Grant Cardone and Cindy Stumpo into Chatter. So I created a Chatter account and I was live streaming it with the video feature into Chatter.
Talking about these people, like I don't know why you guys are jumping on this.
Well, I just wanted to. I wanted to submit a note on it.
Chatter, I am so tired of talking about these people.
I know, but I wanted to submit a note that my account was promptly terminated, and all 5 of my live streams were also terminated. So whoever, he's a coward. Grant Cardone, and all of them. Well, anyways, Nelson Apega. But this was the funny part. So I created it. First, I joined the house in the news or whatever it is. So Rohan is in my room watching me live stream. So I don't know if Rohan complained, but I was laughing seeing Rohan appear in my room. But anyways, I just wanted to bring that up because that was my first time ever using it, and I will never use it again unless, I want to try to fuck with him again. But that's the only reason I wanted to bring it up, Dr. Adams, was if there's somebody listening out there, I just wanted to share it. Thank you all very much.
So let me ask you a question, Edmund. And you're all about like social programming, and you call out a lot of shit, which truthfully is repetitive programming and brainwashing. You don't think that this ridiculous advertising campaign that they're doing to drive people, bully them, and shame them onto an app, and to telling them that the app that they're currently using and is convenient works for them, but because you're so stupid and because you don't believe in the American dream or these people that I don't know from a can of paint, that you should join this app. Like you don't think that has elements of social engineering, manipulation, abuse, and programming?
Well, the app is barely usable. I doubt they'll have the money to even keep it going. The navigation on it is so complicated and it's a terrible app. And like Dr. Mojo said, there's like 2 women with puckered out, lips with Botox. Like that's the whole thing. But I thought, as a creator, and I'm intelligent, I think that even banning me shows you that the app will fail, because I was literally live streaming their Clubhouse room back into their own app. They should appreciate creators like me who are helping create content for their stupid fucking app. So my point is, if you get angry over somebody who's trying to amplify your business, you're not a smart business person. And if you listen to the conversation, hold on one second, between him and Whack 100, Whack 100 is a scary motherfucker. But the thing is, this is all black media content, but it's so homicidal and psychotic and neurotic and trashy. Maybe that's what black media is. But nonetheless, I like recording what's happening. And to me, that's my entertainment. So again, I thank you all for listening to me. I'm complete.
Can I ask you, Roger, a question? Okay, and I don't claim to be the expert on any of this, but can you tell me any sort of vehicle of social media that engaged in a market campaign of degrading, insulting, humiliating, bashing, and brainwashing people into creating some sort of value into going to their platform?
Well, you gotta understand, all media is a form of manipulation, and if you do believe that all communication is hypnosis, and you really know what hypnosis is, you will realize that what they're doing is not stupid. It's rather intelligent to be able to mind control people. So I don't know what to tell you. That's what's happening.
Has it gotten any more people on the app?
There's the opportunity for them to grow, but they're too stupid to do it.
But has it gotten any more people on the app? Because they
No, it's a scam. These people are fraudsters and people you want to avoid in life. Go to your local church or library and avoid talking to most people. That's my opinion. And these people are the worst of the worst. And if you listen to what they say, it is so violent and so trashy and so terroristic and just absolutely gangster garbage. It should be shocking to you as an American that these are Americans. This is how Americans are speaking. So pay attention, pick your friends closely, know who you are, but also know that these people are scammy gangster terrorists and they're scum.
So when you're recording these other rooms, I don't understand, it's public content, right? You're not CIA, tapping someone's phone.
Because recorded rooms have more traffic than all of Chatter.
It's wild.
It's just me, it's
very meta, to say the least.
It is me just putting phones on a tripod and hitting live stream. That's it. Nothing special. But the truth is, these are like one-off conversations that I put into a huge database. This is a huge amount of time and manual labor that I put into this. To me, I'm in like a flow state, having fun doing this. But the fact that people come and create the cast of friends every single day without getting paid to come here and have the same fucking conversations day in and day out, and I can record it all day long. It's like, how is this even happening? How is this app?
So did Jack Dorsey, when he opened up Twitter, did he open up Twitter, cast an audience on another app, tell them that they're all stupid, they're all beneath them, and he knows better than them, and they should come over and use their app? Is that how Twitter got their monthly active users?
No, but that's how Blue Sky is attempting to do their blow up.
And how's that working, Joe?
Well, the dumb Democrats are following.
See, all these things have.
I'm gonna have to agree with Nye there in the chat, John. You know, to label Black Media as trash because of some clown, the Whack 100 guy is a wee bit.
Well,
ignorant.
if you don't agree with my opinion, I encourage you to type in John Kitover on YouTube and find my YouTube channel and go and search and find it, because to me, it's not even worth recording a lot of this stuff anymore. So.
But Whack 100 is a good business person. He knows how to drive traffic. If Whack 100 went in as a business partner in a Chatter, Chatter would be directly competing with Clubhouse. Okay, that's just a fact. I mean, y'all can have lowbrow opinions about Whack 100. I definitely respect that man. He's a brilliant business person. I definitely think that he's probably driven more media traffic than probably anybody on the stage. So I mean, let's give Whack 100 credit where Whack 100 is due.
Listen.
Is he a music producer? What's his bag?
He's a great public speaker. He's extremely tough. And you should hear him roast Nelson. See, honestly, I kind of like listening to it. Maybe it's a me problem, but when I hear these insane voices screaming at each other, and I'm talking like, if you listen to my recording, you're like, it's crazy. Like, it's a fucking bang room, you know?
But you don't have Whack 100 trying to drive traffic by shit on people and telling them how much better he is than them. He'll offer experience, he'll offer insight, but shitting on people, that's not how he amasses his traffic and his following. And that's what I'm saying, there's a difference. You catch more flies with honey.
No, I'm not saying he was. Well, anyways, whatever. Whack 100 is a special man, and he's a powerful man. I don't know what to tell him. Like, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
Edmund's making the point that a lot of rooms on Clubhouse that are Black majority are just a lot of yelling fest. There's not a lot of actual engagement of discussion going on.
Like the highbrow and white chillism, the controlled intellectual discourse and white chillism.
Have you guys heard the story that Whack has been accused of being a federal informant?
I just read that.
Well, the point is, those bang rooms, when you compare that to, like, say, chillism, those bang rooms from a recording perspective are a lot more interesting, and those are people who are doing real things in quotations. But, as somebody who spent my time creating a Chatter profile to have it terminated within less than a day and to have all my live streams turned off, to me, that's very frustrating, a waste of my time, and not a very good user experience. I'm complete. Thank you.
You're not missing anything. There's nobody over there. That's my whole point. Oh my God. There's nobody over there.
But
John, you're a real person?
Yeah, but compared to Clown House, because I did have like 6, 7, 8 people watching my live stream, and they were all commenting and saying, I just got kicked out of that room, and oh my God, this is great, thank you so much. So why, if somebody can get me in touch with Nelson Apega, I heard he's got like a watermelon type head and he's not black, he's like an African, but anyways, the point is.
You ate that because he is African, he's not black.
Do you think he's a good father? Because he's got a baby now. Like,
let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Mojo, this is crazy. What did you motherfucker build this on the app where you can like?
I'm sorry, that wasn't me saying that. I was quoting what I heard last night from the bang room.
What the fuck? Like, why does it expose our ends? Yeah, that pissed me off a little bit.
I know, where is it in the minute?
I think what needs to happen is we need to just at the next town hall say, yeah, can you fix it? There's a couple fixes.
The answers have to be at least 5 characters, which eliminates like yes, no.
Yes, no is perfectly good for for a lot of questions.
And so there's that. And then exposing the answers is ridiculous. The other thing is I don't like to change your vote. Once you lock it in, you should lock it in. Like, I don't want the winds of change to blow and then, in a room and then people decide they want to change.
Wait, I think the vote change is actually...
No, it does get weird too because it does switch. So, like, mine was just blue, but I support reparations.
I think that one that would actually make it work, I mean, Roger, think about it like this. A way that you could use the little change vote system...
Wait, Bucky, you said that you don't support reparations?
It gets messy. Give me a minute. It's mostly...
Sister, oh my gosh, like Mocho.
But at the same time, like, something you could use the little poll feature for, you could use it in the sense of, what's it called? Like, for example, let's say because you usually have an opinion that's usually against the grain with what most people think sometimes, right? Until you start explaining it out and start doing that type of stuff. You could run little rooms.
I think you're projecting.
Mind, et cetera, where you're the only one who holds the opposite opinion, and then you bring up a stage of everybody else with a different color, and your objective is to see who can turn the other side to the all one stage color first. So you have two options. People come up, and it doesn't stop until everybody changes their vote onto one side.
I have a question for you guys. So, no, hold on. So, Brad, and for the people who I thought were going to support reparations, like Bubba, did you guys support reparations for the other groups who got them?
No.
So the reparations discussion is very nuanced. So no, I wouldn't support reparations necessarily for you, but for the 90-year-old black woman in Tulsa who actually lived through Jim Crow and those eras and had her literature that she wrote stolen and then published under a different name by a white journalist, yes, I would support reparations.
No, but here's the thing though, you didn't say it depends. You said you don't support.
No, yeah, the overall talking point of reparations is a group of people based on nothing more than the color of their skin should receive some sort of compensation for an inherent...
Yeah, you don't think that black people still to this day impact us?
Especially the people in the Middle East, they know these things. And they know Netanyahu is taking you to war because he will go to court, he doesn't go to...
Can I ask you a question?
That's why he keeps killing the Palestinians.
Can I ask you a question?
But if he tells them they are being killed, and thousands of Palestinians are being killed, this is nonsense, at all.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
So can you give me the answer? Why did they storm the Egyptian embassy yesterday and protest the Egyptian embassy and criticizing why Egypt won't open the borders or help out Gaza? But hold on, I'm not done. But you're saying everybody's aware. Are they aware that if they let these terrorists into their country, it'll turn into a shithole? Or what are they aware of?
You stopped the state of Israel, stopped the terrorist state.
No, I was talking about the embassy. Hello. I was asking you a direct question. Why are people criticizing Egypt right now?
Because they are not standing with the people of Palestine.
Oh, so they're not aware. But everybody's aware, but Egypt's not aware.
No, you are talking about the government. But when you talk about many people who are living in Egypt, you know their opinion. You know the opinions of the Egyptian people, and you know the opinions of everybody. And you know the Middle East, because you guys do not belong to this Middle East. You are European, but you must go back to Europe, to where we belong.
Where? What part of Europe am I from?
Where you guys coming from? Russia, Poland, Romania,
okay.
United.
So you didn't name one country where I'm from?
No, you're from there.
No, how? You don't even... Are you aware of the different, people that are in Israel, the Jews? Or do you think they're all from Poland?
No. I know that it's a president, and I know history.
Let me ask you one thing. So you know history, right?
It's a mix.
Okay, so hold on. So, I have it's a two-part question. Do you know anything about Christianity?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so Jesus, where was Jesus born?
In Palestine. Not Israel, Palestine.
So, okay, what was Jesus? He was a little Jewish boy.
No, he's a Christian.
No, he was not. He was
This
not
guy's a
a
fucking idiot.
Christian. He was not a Christian.
He was a Jew. He was a Jew.
No, he's a Christian.
Okay.
But where are you from, actually?
You don't have to know my country, but we're not.
I know, what are you afraid of? Like, what are you afraid of? We just want to have dialogue with you.
No,
I am from Italy. Where are you from?
So what? I don't care.
Are you not proud of where you're from?
No, I will tell you what.
Are you ashamed of where you're from?
He's ashamed of where he's.
Majority of generational wealth already goes away in less than 2 generations.
Yeah, but
How is that going to last us?
okay, so you're blaming. So historically, we already know that when it comes down to economy, right, and all of these other things, the reason why Black people don't have that mindset to do those things is because we're disproportionately, impacted by fucking everybody's anger. So, period. And it doesn't matter. Reparations have nothing to do with like how we spend the money. It's the money that people are missing for years and years and years.
It does matter on how.
No, it doesn't.
If the entire point of reparations was to put us back on equal playing ground with white people and where they're at, we can't get there if we don't know how to flip that fucking money 10 times over.
Hold on, guys. Everyone, hold on. So look, XG, for somebody that said that you don't support it, you're making the worst possible argument for not supporting it. Here's the thing. The claim is that it's a debt that's owed, right? That's the claim, right? And so if it is a debt that's owed, which I have a differing opinion about that. If it is a debt that's owed, then you pay the debt. Where somebody spends it is irrelevant, and your argument about within 2 generations people squander the family wealth, that happens anyways, regardless of how money's collected. So we know this to be true. So that I think you've just submitted the worst arguments. If I was on the fence and I heard that, I think your argument, XG, would actually push me in the other camp.
That's fine, but again, what I'm saying is that from my perspective, it hasn't just been a debt that needs to be repaid. It's a debt that needs to be repaid for us to get on equal playing ground with the races that have gotten 400 years of experience ahead of us. Now, when that comes to that point, for me, I'm like, okay, why would I want to accrue a fuck ton of money in a system that's still fucking me over anyway? It's going to be a debt that gets paid just to get it robbed back from me in 2 seconds anyway. So why would I need that in a system that's not going to do it? As soon as the system changes,
Hold on. Take a breath. In any other crime, where a court is assessing, let's say, that you have to pay a fee because of the harm that's been done. Okay, we assess this all the time, like in violent crimes or property crimes, things of that. It's a restitution, is what they'll call it, right? And when you're paying the restitution, nowhere in the assessment by the judge do they say, hey, how's this person going to spend the money that they get from the restitution?
And I think Brad actually.
I just know that I don't let him because he's a bitch. He's been a bitch for the past 4 years.
Brad had a good point about, the 90-year-old who has more direct lineage through the atrocities and horrors of slavery. Like, if I was still here, I'm for reparations, but now at the end of the day, you decide, A, how to pay it out. Again, money, land, education, and who is eligible.
Well,
I also eligible play screws all over, especially after they kill those in the diaspora.
Well, not really, because I think the courts will figure that out, and what it would likely be would be next of kin. You're not going to pay it out to everybody. That
will for all the next of kin, though. It's not everybody has that.
Right, and if they don't produce it, they wouldn't get it. So you'd have to have some burden of proof. But I am in support of when the reparations were paid to Japanese and interned victims. And the reason and the distinction, the difference between these two things is that the Japanese people were interned by federal government, and the victims that got paid out were the actual victims of the internment. And so we're not talking about like descendants making the claim. It was quite literally the victims themselves. And I think one of the weirdest things about the argument in terms of getting these payments is you're asking people that didn't have slaves to pay people that were never slaves. And what's interesting is that when this argument's made, if you ever go and get to people that are really deep on this subject, they've pivoted their argument that the reparations is not about slavery per se. It's about the long list of injustices, and so they include things like Jim Crow laws, and they take more recent events into account, because I think they've realized that the slavery argument is not solid enough to win.
Now, I think the reason that the whole diaspora thing is a problem for the reparations argument is because if the goal for the reparations is to get everybody that one, and let's say we go through your system of it where you're going to need some form of documentation or paperwork to prove lineage, et cetera, and not everyone has it, after the first round of reparations goes out, it's just going to be a second wave of people yelling that they're going to need theirs too, or they need a way for people that without documentation, and then go ahead and make the arguments for that, right? I'm not sure how, especially within our own communities, the varying definition of who is black, who is not, who should get reparations, who shouldn't, like whether a mixed person should get reparations, whether people from the Caribbean that are immigrants here should get reparations, because technically there were some parts of the Caribbean that were parts of the transatlantic slave trade before people even landed in America, right? And they were exploited the same exact way, and some of them got fucked over by the U.S. too. So then you have a ton of people talking about who gets this, what's the basis on you getting it, how connected you have to be.
Well, hold on. Listen, you don't get paid for the word. Like, you could slow down. You could use, you could slow down a little bit. You're saying a lot, and the faster you talk, the less the people are going to remember what you said. Don't interrupt me, Tom. There's a few issues of what you're saying. So, how would you decide? Well, they would thoughtfully work through that. But some of the things that you didn't mention that I think are big concerns are when you do have like a mixed family, you would have people that are descendants of you may be a descendant of both slave owner